Hello, everybody. So hello to everybody out there in the chat, and hello to everybody on the panel. And we got Randall should be here shortly. I think he's having a few problems getting on. This is a new version of Restream that I am using. Therefore, you had the 1 minute countdown for the first time, and then it kind of flows right into the normal view with everybody on here. And we have Chuck joining us tonight, which is fantastic. We always enjoy having him on with us. And then we've got, a few other zany characters that are joining us, such as Roy and David and Gustavo and Mozman. Like I said, Randall's in the wings. Hopefully shortly he'll be on. And so I want to say hi to whoever we have out here. Jim, AKA Real Nikon Lover, is in the house. And Bob, our photos, is here. Bob's always here, and his photos are normally the first ones that get showed because he always gets them to me like immediately. We got, let's see, we got Mookie MC in the house. We got Jeff and Leslie that's here, and a nice thing to talk about, because sometimes, with the world today, you don't always have nice things to talk about. I'm going to bring something up here and share it with everybody. And give me 1 second before we get started with everything, since we're waiting for more people to come in anyway. And let's see. We will. So this is an image that I don't see it on the screen here. Come on. Everything's going to give me difficulties, I guess. Yeah, not seeing it on the screen, so it's not working. Okay, here we go. This is an image of Jeff and Leslie's son and his wife. And congratulations to Jeff and Leslie. They're going to be grandparents. Their daughter-in-law is with baby and due in November. So I figured we should congratulate him and wish everybody well. And that's good news. It's always good to hear good family events such as weddings and birthdays and having a child. Nothing better than that, right? So congratulations to them. We appreciate
another grandpa in the group.
Another grandpa in the group. And for those that have noticed, apparently there is a slight delay with me. And not much I can do about it.
But it's good now, Jeff. It's good now.
Yeah.
And the photo was good resolution. So let's keep our fingers crossed.
All righty. Well, we shall see how things go. So anyway, we will. Let me bring up some information. We got Joe Man's Land saying hello. I don't know if he's coming in yet or not. I don't. Randall's in the wings and Joey's in the wings, and wow, we got the piano is expanding. We're out of control, Chuck. We're out of control.
If they're on the pre-acid chat, they're in the building.
They're in the building, yeah. So hey, the more crazy people we have on this show, the better it gets, right?
That's right. Yeah.
And we got Terry visiting us, and we've got Ava's in the house. Hello, Ava. Good to see you. When we get a few more people in here, we'll actually start the actual photo review. We do have 92 entries. Randall tried to put me into shock. He sent me a lot of stuff, so I whittled it down a little bit, but I wasn't too cruel with him. We have some extra shots from Randall tonight that we'll share, and sent some interesting work environment photos as well of his workspace. So he's definitely, in the futuristic area when it comes to his setups. And Joe and David being in Canada, we have two Canadians on the panel, which is always good. We try to strike balance here between the United States and other countries. And we got Roy from Australia, and we got Chuck and Tim and myself and Gustavo from the U.S. So we are outnumbering the rest of the guys, but it's good to have a mix of people here from all over. Everybody has different perspectives. I think we'll be doing the images tonight until probably 12:45 a.m. And I think we're kind of close to where I will just get my cheat sheet in order to talk about the images, and we're gonna get started in a few here. And actually, we're gonna do another countdown, a 10-second countdown to the photo review, and then we will appear with the first image in the photo review, and we will see how things go. Should be interesting.
I can't believe we went from no countdowns to 2 countdowns.
We got 2 countdowns, baby. We're going a countdown. Well, this was only 10 seconds to the end of life on our planet as we know it.
Check.
So here we go with the first image of the night.
1, 2.
Can you guys see it all right?
Yep.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, I just have
That's
to.
a cool shot.
My
I just heard Joe.
Is it working?
yeah, you're working. So
Thank you.
we're going
Sorry,
to.
this looks cool.
So this first image is from Bob from Bob Art Photos, and like I said, he usually gets his in first. All his shots were taken with the Nikon Z8 with the 2-500 zoom. This is a red house finch. This was taken at f6.3, 1/1600th of a second at ISO 900. Is this image suitably sized for you guys? Is big enough?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay. Now I could make it bigger when we hit an image. If somebody wants to see it bigger, I could do that. But for now, I think this size is probably reasonably acceptable. I hope.
Good.
Okay.
Really cool shot.
So that's his first image he sent in, and then we'll skip over to image number 2. And this is an image of a red-headed woodpecker, and he's you got 2 of them together here, and one's on the lookout. There were I think this was the day, Bob could correct me if I'm wrong. This was the day where there were 3, and there were two males that were kind of fighting. I think one was trying to steal the mate from the other one. So here's, one looking out for the, as I say, the intruder to fend him off. And it was a very interesting day. And this was, like I said, the same lens, the 2-500 zoom on the Z8, f6.3, 1/2000th of a second at ISO 1100. And these are at the park that Bob and I go to all the time, Huntington Beach State Park in Murrells Inlet, South Carolina.
So, zoom in a little bit on the woodpeckers, Jeff, just to check a couple of things here.
Yep, give me a.
See, check how easy to do that.
Oops. Let me. So that's as big as I can make it.
Okay.
And that's good.
So in this case, I'm at full screen basically at my end. So then what I do before to advance to the next one, I got to shrink this back down. I got to go over and click on the next image. So if we need it bigger, I'll do it bigger. But if we can get away not doing that every time, it'll just allow things to move a little bit quicker in the show. But I don't mind. You want it bigger, I'll make it bigger.
No,
We're gonna have to make it bigger every single time. I'm just kidding.
No, it was to check because the issue of resolution, correct? But
now what I'm going to mention, as you guys know, and I'm going to get off track here for 20 seconds because I didn't really want to be bringing this up. But what I'm going to with Restream, I mean, I have their entry level package that it's $19 a month, not a big deal. It's 720p. The highest you can go is 1080p. And as we go through the show, if people want to have me update the package to 1080p, then that's like an extra $30 a month. So if the voice of the audience wants me to update to the next higher package, I'll do that. But I'll be honest with you, I will then put a link for the first time on the show where people could go into my PayPal account and leave a small donation to hopefully, help pay for the difference in the cost if that's what you really want me to do. If you're happy with it the way it is, I don't have any plans on putting up anything to have any money sent to me at all. But if we want to do the 1080p, I'm going to put it up there. So if people want to donate $1 or something, it'll offset the cost and I'll update the plan to the 1080p. So that's all I'm going to say about it. We'll see what we get in the comments. And if need be, at the end of the show, I'll put that link up for those if they want to make a donation to the show. We're going to move on to the next image here. And I've got way too much crap on my desktop. So this is this is the, I don't think I need to tell you what's going on here, do I? This is the mating process between the red-headed woodpeckers. So they're having a good time. So Bob was able to catch this one.
I feel like we need to add like some kind of narration to this.
Well, should I? I don't know if I should have put a XXX rating on the show or not. That might have been appropriate.
You might get more viewers.
Might be some Barry White music.
We
for
can
those viewers you want, though. I mean,
we can attract a different kind of crowd to the show, right?
Yeah, a unique crowd.
A new unique crowd. So the last photo from Bob is this one taken off in flight, which is cool.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
And we will make that bigger for everybody. And they're. I mean, I tell you, I'm a big fan of the pileated woodpeckers, but in terms of the color, that beautiful color on the head is just amazing on these red-headed woodpeckers. I think I actually like them even a little bit more than the pileateds, and I never thought I'd ever say that, but they're just really, really pretty birds.
What was he shooting at?
This one, he was shooting with the the Z8 with the 200 to 500,
Okay. All right.
F mount lens, and this was at f7.1 at 1/2000. Oh, this
Okay.
was 1/200th of a second at ISO 720.
Okay.
So it's pretty sharp he just obviously just started taking off, so he didn't he
Yeah.
wasn't that blurry at all. So
Beautiful, Bob. Beautiful.
Bob, thanks for sending in those images. Appreciate it. And we will it's funny, my laptop is lagging behind like by one shot here for whatever stupid reason. Go figure. Well, I only use the laptop to monitor so I can look at the chat. So the heck with it. I'm not going to worry about the, what I could do with it. And so let me go to the next one. The next shots coming up are from Terry Konopoulos. And hopefully I didn't screw up your name. Too bad, Terry. You can pick on me later if you want. So I'm going to put his shot up here. What I'll do is I'll talk about, I'll share the information first, and then I'll make it larger. So he says this shot is his first shot. He says a bit sad as it's been taken in the Hoffman Heights, Northeast Victoria, a year after a great fire. He says everything in this photo except the few flowers at the roots of the tree are burned. He says, I love the isolated tree. He couldn't resist the life in the new sprouts. This is with Canon 1DX with the Canon EF 16 to 35 millimeter f2.8, a long exposure at f14, 46 seconds, and ISO 50. So I will make this image bigger for a little bit here. But very good. Very good. I like because he had such a long exposure, I like the blurriness in the clouds in the background.
Beautiful, for sure.
Very
evocative.
Yeah. Very artsy fartsy, Terry, as they say. Now,
shot in color and then it went into black and white, or did he just shoot in black and white?
He didn't say. So, Terry, if you're in the chat, let us know if you just shot in color and converted it, or whether you shot it in black and white mode. His next image, and this is what they call key lighting. Okay, you definitely have your highlights.
Very good.
Very, very bright on this style of photography. And this is on 2015 New Zealand South Island Lake, Tekapo. It says the cormorant silhouette in the morning, 10:45 in the morning with a little fog was irresistible, making him delay the rest of the group that he was with. The Canon 5D SR with the Sigma 150 to 500. f5 6.3 lens at 247 millimeters, f16, 1/200th of a second, and ISO 100. So that's another very, let's say, stylish shot from Terry.
I'd take all that off the front, the land, and then nothing but a beautiful, with the bird.
Oh, just focus on the bird and leave the rest all white.
Yep.
Yep.
That's another option for sure. But they work very well, Terry.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Very good job. Now let's see. Let me get to his next shot.
Ooh.
This one's really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
He says he played with a little movement.
Curious.
in camera movement. He moved the camera vertically to capture the growing of the trees. So he tried to give you that impression that these trees are stretched out and they're growing. This is in Queensland.
It's nice.
This is in a plantation at 10:20 in the morning. And he says he got one good out of 7 shots. The Canon 5D SR with the EF 16 to 35 f2.8 at 27 millimeters, f16, 1/15 of a second at ISO 100. So he's moving the camera up and down vertically at 1/15 of a second to get this image, and it's surreal, isn't it? Very
Very
interesting.
good. And you see, he only needs to have one good one. So that's a good experimenting, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll make it bigger here.
So the good thing is, of course, is emphasizing the vertical elements in the photo by moving the camera up and down, or up or down, depending. But that was good, Terry. Love it.
Yep.
Yeah. Good job.
Very cool shot. Very good.
Getting one good shot out of 7 is actually very good for ICM. Most of
Exactly.
the photographers that I know, they're into 20 or 30 before they get one it's half decent.
Now his next shot is this is 2016 Queensland Gold Coast. He says he lowered himself as much as he could to just frame the boat to make it appear close to the breaking wave. And when it was actually turning left about 80 to 100 meters, which is 250 to 300 feet further away, and he waited for the correct wave to come in to get that the shot that you're seeing right now. And this is still with the Canon 5D SR with the Sigma 150 to 500 at 300 millimeters f9, 1/500th of a second, and ISO 50. So this is very, very, very good. Very good. And so this time he sent in all black and white shots. Did he comment whether they were shot in black and white or converted? I don't. Anybody notice?
Yeah, they shot them all in color first and converted.
Converted them. Okay.
We'll call it B7W.
Well, very good content, Terry. As always, we thank you for sending in your work, and we will move on to.
Mookie make a very good comment there.
We know who this person is. You're going to know who it is because her name's going to come up on the screen, I believe. We got Anita Stewart. Dun, 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 dun.
Right.
So, is Anita with you, David? Does she want to talk about this image?
Well, she's in Sylvan Lake, an hour and a half away.
Oh, all right. So I'll just read off what she sent me. She says, I'm sending 5 photos this time as she couldn't decide which ones to eliminate. All were taken from Steptoe Butte near Colfax, Washington. We were up and on the road by 4 a.m. to catch the sunrise and shadows on the hills. She says the top of the butte allows you to have a 360-degree view of the area. So her photos were taken at different locations, catching the light as the sun rose. She used the Z8 with the Z70 to 180 f2.8 lens for all photos except the pano, in which she took with a Z24 to 70 f4. All handheld, shot at f11 and ISO 64. So this is the pano shot. This is the pano shot, and I will make it bigger. And wonderful color, wonderful shapes and textures.
Very palus, David and Anita.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's Steptoe Butte, but anyway,
Butte.
Yeah.
Great lighting.
It's a local pronunciation probably, but it was nice with the sun being low and you get all the shadows like that. In every direction was totally different scenery.
It looks like some areas are plowed and some areas are not, huh?
Well, it looks like some of it was summer fallow for the year, and they had all different crops too.
Yeah.
You know,
And that's
So
the kind of
her-
location that you can get like a frame within a frame within a frame, correct?
yeah, it's
Yeah. This is her next shot, and this was at 5:32 a.m. at 1/30th of a second at 180 millimeters. We'll make this bigger.
I like that one better, to tell you the truth, Anita.
I do too.
I mean, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, I like the the rows of trees.
So indeed, the emphasizes in this case the shadows and bright in the background and the no need for foreground on this one.
no.
Beautiful, Anita. Beautiful.
Yeah, very, 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 very nice work. And you guys haven't seen the half of it yet, so we still got a few here to show that she took. And then I believe David is coming right after she is. If I did my job right, he will be. And let's see. This one was at 5. This was a minute later at 5:33 a.m. 1/30th of a second at 180 millimeters. Make it bigger. And I like the little the farmhouse there, or the barns.
Okay.
Probably just the barns, I guess. Looks like there's a little well, from here it looks like a little puddle, but I'm sure it's a lake on the left-hand side. Small lake or pond on the left-hand side. Body of water anyway.
Yeah.
Looks like there's more water in the upper right as well, top right area.
But you
There
can
was
see
Water all over the place.
Yeah.
You can see here that these type of landscape led themselves very well to work with a zoom, which is what Anita used, correct? So you can go
Yeah.
wide and you know, and then you can go into the telephoto range and get some of these details. So lovely, definitely.
This is a place where having longer focal lengths are good for landscapes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So here she's at 180 millimeters. If I can see the legend well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And the next shot here, she was pretty consistent. This was 15th of a second at f11, ISO 64, 180 millimeters. Once again.
It looks like a split image.
Yeah, I like how you got that line, that kind of like a line right through the middle of the picture.
Exactly.
And we're gonna make this bigger. Make this bigger.
Yeah, all of mine are coming through at the same size, Jeff.
Yeah.
Whether you make them bigger or not.
No, me too.
Oh, you're not seeing anything bigger?
Nope.
No, they're big already.
All right. Well, that's fine. It makes life easier for me if I'm not doing extra clicks.
No, that's fine. We can keep it that way.
Okay. So then she's got, I believe, one more here, and then we'll get to David's after that. She got one more shot here at 1/50th of a second, f11, ISO 64 at 70 millimeters. So this is 70 millimeter shot, and you can see all the windmills in the background.
I like that too.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, really cool. That looks like a phenomenal place to go and to get shots. And you timed it right, David. What week was it you went? When was it you guys were there? Do you remember?
May or June?
It should be in the XF data for the pictures, but it was
Well, was it within the last month, right? Within the last month.
3 weeks ago about.
Yeah. Okay.
And they're closing the road down to the state park because they want to fix it. And with the vehicle that we were driving, the road was great. So it's just that the people with the expensive cars, they would have problems, but it slows you down.
Well, thank you, Anita, for these wonderful images. I mean, I think it makes a lot of us want to add this place to our bucket list. I think
That's right. That's right.
definitely. You know, now we got 4 images coming up from David that David took with a different theme of that area, and I'll let David talk to these as I put them up on the screen.
Well, this was a shot with my ZF with my newfangled flash.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And we were on our way down to the area, and we stopped off at this small town. And there's a sign outside that said ice cream. You can see all the ice cream in the picture. And
Wait a minute. Is that after you see the ice cream, after you've drank all those bottles? Is that when you see the ice cream?
no, okay. I think that the ice cream was off to the side at this point. But anyway, and because I had the ZF in a retro style camera, the bartender, he remarked about when he was in college, he took a photography course. And so we were talking about that for a while. And then I just took this shot. There's the flash, it vignettes a bit on the edge. And this is with a 40 millimeter f2. If I was using a 50, it wouldn't be a problem. But it's a nice system, and being that it's old and retro, it strikes up a lot more conversations than my other cameras do.
Yep.
How to make new friends quickly, right? They see something old, and all of a sudden everybody flocks to you, right?
Well, and the flash didn't hurt either, you
Yeah.
know, because it looks vintage, you know, and kind of fits into my style sometimes.
Very good. I like it. I could have used one of those bottles earlier in the week. Be honest with you. We'll jump to your next shot.
Okay, all of these, the profile, the rest of the profile I used was black and white. It's so I saw this in black and white, and I waited until the temperature came up in the correct scale versus the Fern scale.
The Fern scale.
Yeah.
Is it 16? Is it 16 crazy people? Is that what it means? 16 crazy people?
Well, it's probably 16 crazy people live in this town.
Yeah.
And the town's called Garfield.
Called Garfield. Okay.
Yeah. And that's their state bank. And one thing I've found that happened down there is like in the first picture that Anita and the bartender were in, that used to be a bank.
No.
And there's an awful lot of old banks are now stores or whatever. And they got a good, safe place to keep their money, except to go in cashless. But anyway, you know. but this is the biggest bank I saw when we're down there.
You buy the old bank, you get the safe for free.
So this was in the United States there?
Yeah. All of my pictures were taken in
On the same
Washington
trip?
State.
on
Pardon?
the same trip, right?
Same trip.
Okay.
Oh.
So the what is this is Washington State or Idaho in this case?
Washington. It's
Washington
not that
State.
far from Idaho.
Okay.
Yeah, it's everything that we shot was within 2 hours of
All
Idaho.
right. All right. So
And this is put
an
up
important metric temperature. That is.
He did
Well,
that
they-
on,
they had-
you know,
they-
he
they
did
had-
that on purpose because he loves to tease me when I say, "What's that in Fahrenheit?"
Well, see, the face kept changing between the time and the temperature,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
so I just had to time it.
Ah.
So I wasn't going to make the mistake of putting up whatever it was in Fahrenheit
Exactly.
or the time.
And just for those who want the real temperature, it's 60.80 degrees Fahrenheit. Since this was in the United States, we should use the correct verbiage.
Yeah, the correct it says 16C. C is for correct.
or crap. So moving on to David's next shot.
We should just go to Kelvin. That way, freezing's at 0, and then 100 degrees is boiling. Makes it simple.
No, and then
Plenty.
Kelvin, that would be 290 degrees.
Exactly.
Oh, that's right. What am I thinking of? What's one that does 0 to 100?
You're talking about the correct one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Correct
and
one.
and that's what that scale was. Is in the picture. That was the correct one. And the answer to Moki's question is yes. And the raws are always in color, except the picture profile that I used for these was black and white. But I could go back to color if I wanted, but I figured these look better in black and white. And that bridge is all put together with rivets.
It looks, it's a scary looking bridge because it looks like something you would build with your erector set when you were a kid.
and it was really long. And when they built on a bunch of towers, and all 4 legs of the towers started at different elevations. And the engineers wouldn't do that now. They would build the concrete up so it'd be each tower would be level. Each tower may be at a different elevation, but this one is each foot on each tower was a different elevation. And this was a work of art. It would have taken them a couple of years to build.
So, Jeff, Joy is leaving off for a while here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bye, Joy.
Take care, Joe. Come back hopefully in a little bit.
So that's when the 24-120.
Yeah.
Yeah, 24 to 120 f4 at 57 millimeters, 1/200th of a second at f14 ISO 160.
The Swiss Army knife of the Z system.
Yes, it is.
Well,
Yes, it is.
Yeah, like I figured out that approximately 65% of my photography since I got that lens is using this lens. And my other dozen lenses make up the other 35%.
I see Jeff and Leslie commenting that they're going to be in and out of the show for a while. The neighbors are shooting fireworks and he's watching his son's dogs and they're freaking out. Yes, I've been dealing with that with my poor dog.
Yeah.
Tonight we're getting a break, it looks like, but the last 3 nights have been not a lot of sleep for the Neville family because the dog's been scared to death of these fireworks. We'll put up so I know what he's going through. We'll put up David's last image here. I like this. This is cool.
Lovely.
That's good.
Happy tours. Happy hour.
Happy
hour.
hour. I wouldn't. I don't know if I'd be happy if I owned this vehicle. I would say it needs a little work.
Well, it looked worse in color. Oh, and they had a whole bunch of old vehicles around there, and
That's my favorite so far for you, David.
oh yeah, it's
It's on Beach Street too. He's on Beach Street of all things too.
and it was parked just across the street from a biker bar. But there were about 4 or 5 old vehicles that were there, like all of the same vintage, except that the rest were in better shape.
Well, David, thank you for what you contributed here. It's kind of interesting because you both are at the same there at the same time, the same place, and she chose the scenic route. You chose the downtown route.
Well, I want to give you
It's
some
good to
variety.
see a difference. It's good to see contrasting subject matters here, which is good.
That's the good thing about a trip,
Yeah,
particularly a road trip.
yeah.
Oh yeah, and we put 3,000 kilometers on her truck, and more than and it is 1,000 about that to get there and to get home, and we drove around for about 1,000. So
wow.
we made it lots of places. Yeah.
Well, thank you, David. We appreciate it as always, sir.
Okay.
Our next entries are from Jeff Sluter, Jeff and Leslie. And before I put up his first image here, we'll talk about his theme in these photos is babies and what makes babies. So this is a triple X rated set of images, I guess. All shot with the Canon EOS R7 and the Canon 100-500 lens. And he just said, various exposure settings is appropriate for the scene. And he says, haha, aren't they all? So this first image that you're going to see is of baby red-shouldered hawks in the nest.
Oh, nice.
One laying down, he says, has that hit me with your wing one more time, I'm going to bite you look. But yeah, don't you love it when Gustavo, all these birds have the nice fluff on them when they're first born?
Exactly. Nice find there, Jeff and Leslie.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's. I wonder now. I know he's dealing with the dogs, but if he hears this, I'm just curious, like how high up in the tree was that? Were those birds? Was it? Because you can't tell. I mean, based on the angle of the shot, it doesn't look like it was extremely high up.
Well, he's eye level.
Yeah.
But
Now
it could
his
be
next.
Well,
Maybe
he
the
shot
natural
this at
elevation.
500 mils, so
Yeah, his next shot is of ebony jewel wing damselflies in their mating wheel. He says, I like how they take on a heart shape
Oh, that's lovely.
when doing this. So yeah, you look at the abdomens, the shape of the abdomens look like a heart between the two of them. That's really strange and interesting. And this is at 1/640th of a second, f7.1, ISO 4000, 500 millimeters with the 1:500 lens, 500 millimeters. So that's an interesting shot.
That is.
Leave it to Jeff to find that one. Now the next shot we're going to put up here, and the third shot, he says, they were not fighting. These are Lazarus lizards in the courtship mode. He says these lizards are from the Mediterranean Europe and were introduced here by a young boy who was visiting Italy with his family in the 1950s.
Oh,
He says our climate here is similar to the area in Italy where they were from. They currently live in many areas around Cincinnati, non-native, but mostly not invasive. They outcompete some native skinks, but it hasn't been a big problem in the last 74 years or so. So I guess there's enough room for everybody at the inn, I guess, at this point in time, which is good. But
so
that's-
did Jeff mention? I mean, obviously these two have different colors. Is that a sexual dimorphism, or where all the males are one color and all the females are other color, or these are a variety of color within the same species?
okay, I'll let him answer that. He's in here. Regarding the previous photo, when I asked how far the tree was, he says that the tree was 2 miles from their house. He says they were about 50 feet up, but they were on a hill, so it was only about 15 feet above their heads.
Oh, wow.
So Jeff, the question is, with these lizards, the difference in coloration is it one's the male, one's the female? I'm assuming. Do you know which one is which? Is
Hmm.
I'll take
so
my.
wait and see if he says anything about that. Now his next photo. Go to his next photo. He says.
Okay.
He's saying the males tend to be bulkier, so that's the one on the left then.
Exactly.
His next image that he sent in.
Beautiful.
Come on. I don't know why it's not letting me select it. There we go. His next image he sent in, he says he had to put in a flower. So this is just a water lily, sometimes called a pond lily. And then he had to go back to getting into the insect world once again, which he's very good at doing. And he got a picture of this blue dasher dragonfly is basically laying eggs into that pond right now. So the abdomen is in the water laying the eggs. And he says the females dip their tails in the water around moss and submerged vegetation, depositing the eggs. He says the eggs hatch into the larval stage. Dragonfly larvae can live 5 to 7 years underwater before emerging as an adult dragonfly. That's pretty crazy. And this is Canon R7, 1/2000th of a second, f7.1, ISO 3200, using the 1:5 zoom at 500 millimeters. That is nice and sharp on the head and the body. Really well done.
And Jeff and Leslie Wildlife and Nature Photography video has a lot of nice natural history information about the dragonflies and dancerflies. So I encourage you guys to visit his site. It's full of good information there about some of the images that we're seeing here. But in that case, you will see the videos.
Yeah. And after we're done with the photo review, I will be putting up across the bottom of the screen the links to other people's channels, such as Chuck's and Jeff and Leslie's, and everybody else who visits this channel. And then I have a PDF file I can send you, or what I'll do is I'll put up the PDF file so you can see it and you could do a screenshot, and you'll have everybody's channel information. You can just do a screenshot from your computer and you'll have it all. So thank you, Jeff and Leslie, for those images. We appreciate it. and we move on to one of our other crazy people in Australia. We have Mr. Roy Bixby, who decided to send us this little fella.
Ah,
This is at 210 millimeters at 1/1000th of a second, f8, ISO 1600, a Kookaburra. This is in 2004 with the at the D90.
beautiful.
And there's the Kookaburra. So I see we are converting Roy. See, this is what we're working on.
Exactly.
Chuck, with Roy, we're trying to convert him to a wildlife photographer. So we're getting him to show more birds.
Good.
I think he shot this bird before, or at least displayed it, because it's not his first kookaburra shot. So
Yeah.
He was always a wildlife photographer. He didn't know it.
He didn't want to admit it.
Exactly.
The next image that Roy sent in. Now this is an old one. This was in 1977.
Ooh.
So obviously a hang glider with the Nikon FM and 135 millimeters.
Okay. So the kookaburra is the little icon for Roy.
Yes, that's his. That'll become his new trademark now. Kookaburra.
It is already.
Yeah, kookaburras are us, is what he has to do.
Wow.
Now, Roy's next image, I have to laugh. His description of this next image is it's taken with the D850, and he called it a growing thingy. So Jeff and Leslie could probably look this up quick or know what this is, but Roy calls it a growing thingy.
It looks like a wild rose to me, but Jeff would tell us. But it's Australia, correct? They have different things.
Now, Roy, were these original slides that you digitized, or is what my guess is that these might have been slide photos? Just curious.
Yeah, they're mostly slides.
Yeah.
I don't remember what this one was.
I think you shot this one with your D850.
Oh,
Yeah.
don't remember. Must have been exciting. I don't remember it.
Yeah. Terry is saying it's your dark past. And the last image that Roy sent in, and he calls this one, I like his descriptions, they're really good. He calls this one funny birdies with the D850 with the 14 to 24 millimeter lens at 20 millimeters. So he's calling this funny birdies. Anybody know what those are? Are those some kind of crane, or are they some type of crane, maybe?
Funny pigeons.
Funny pigeons?
Could it be black swans, Roy?
No, the wingtips are different.
Okay. Very difficult. Maybe Terry, if I'm more familiar with it. But lovely photo, Roy. I love that one. Very.
Out the window again.
Yeah.
I don't get out much.
No.
Yeah, Mozman is saying that he had a cousin in England that wouldn't stop singing the Kookaburra song. He says it greatly affected his opinion of them.
But that
Yeah,
is
Men at Work, the group stole the song for one of their music pieces.
Well, Ava's taken off, so good night to Ava. Thanks for stopping in. She's got an early start in the AM. Hopefully the early start is to get some wonderful pictures. And have a good one. Thank you for stopping by. And be sure to come back after the show or tomorrow and see the rest of the images. I'm sure you'll enjoy them. But yeah, I don't know what those are, but they are kind of neat looking.
Yeah, I thought so. I wasn't expecting them. I was just taking a picture out the window that just after the last show, and they were there.
And they're sharp, and you see they're sharp too. And you took it at 1/80th of a second, f10 ISO 80. So there you go. You know, for those that say, "Oh, you can't get a sharp photo unless you're at 1/2500th of a second." Well, that not always. You could get away with some. What Roy did is he yelled at the birds and he told them to just stop where you are, and he took the picture.
Makes it easier.
My favorite so far, Roy.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I like this one. Now you're going to make me look up to figure out what those birds are, though.
They're geese, right?
I don't know. I mean,
Harry said they're black swans.
Oh, okay.
So the next set of images are going to be from our friend Martin Hild. Martin was nice enough to send in some images, and before I put them up on the screen, I'll read his introduction. And he says, "I've been quite busy lately." He still wanted to send in a few images. Those are way out of my comfort zone. He says, "I have that tradition." He has a tradition with his mother that they travel once a year. So he says, "We started this for her 60th birthday, and are now doing this for the 21st time." So she comes up with all these travel ideas that are her bucket list items, or so she says. Every year a different destination. So this year she said she always wanted to take the Glacier Express in Switzerland. And we'll put up the first picture. The Glacier Express in Switzerland, a train that runs through the Alps. He says, so we booked tickets and went for it. He says, Switzerland is a 4-hour drive, so it's not all that bad. He says, we started in Zermatt, which is famous for the Matterhorn, as well as a whole bunch of other spectacular mountains. Though it is incredibly touristy, it is touristy for a reason. He says, the day before taking the Glacier Express, we took a cog railway to the Gornergrat. On the way, we had spectacular views of the Matterhorn. When we arrived, the Matterhorn had disappeared into the clouds, but the view was spectacular nonetheless. He says, my mom didn't feel too well because of the height, but it was still almost spiritual to her. We stood there in awe and watched. Since it's one of the last trains, not many people were up there, and we had almost perfect silence. So he says, this picture shows the Matterhorn on the way up. He says to him, it's the weakest of the images that he sent in, but he always picks on his own images, but I don't think we ever find anything to pick on with him. He says the best he got out of the mountain this time, shot on a Z6 II, the 70 to 200 millimeter f2.8 Nikon S lens at f8, 1/4000th of a second, ISO 125 at 70 millimeters. So that's his first image. Now, the next one coming up shows two peaks, Castor and Pollux. Because I hope I identified them right. They're two of the 29 peaks that surpass 4,000 meters, which equals roughly 1,300 or 13,000 freedom units. He says, and that they're visible from there if there are no clouds, that is. He says they're located just besides, oh boy, come up with all these names I can't say. Duferspites, which is the highest peak of Switzerland and quite the sight too. This was on the shot with the Z6 II, 70 to 200 millimeter f2.8 Nikon S f8, 1/1600th of a second at 200 millimeters. I don't get to see snow often, so at least with these pictures, I remember what snow looks like.
I remember shoveling it.
Oh yes, I don't. My back doesn't forget the shoveling. So this next
Beautiful,
image,
Mark.
his next image, he says they took the Glacier Express to St. Moritz. He says this train is packed full of tourists. If you just want to enjoy the sights, I would advise to take regional trains and not the Glacier Express as he did on the way back. He says, however, again, the tour is spectacular and they enjoyed it a lot. This was taken on the train close to the most famous feature of this railway connection, the Landwasser Viaduct.
Yeah.
If you want to take photos of the structure, again, it's better to take a regional train or photograph from outside. He says, still, I love this photo. I love how he got it 6 times in the frame and can even show what riding that train is like. Spectacular views, but shared with a lot of people. Z62, once again, 24 to 70 F4, Nikkor S, F8, 1/1000th, ISO 7200, 56 millimeter. And he says, yeah, I know shutter speed is too fast, ISO's too high, but I don't care. Says the Z62 is a high ISO monster, no noise reduction either. So, yeah, everybody has their cameras, the AKA iPhones or whatever, out taking their pictures. Martin, you're probably the only one on the train with a real camera, I would imagine. His next shot here, he says the next day they took a regular train back to Zermatt. We drove to Interlaken, and the next morning we took yet another cog railway up to the top of Europe's highest train station. Oh, come on, Martin, you want me to pronounce this word? The highest train station at the, I'm not going to say it, Jungfrau, Swiss engineering is impeccable, really. He says, when I took good photos of the glaciers and the mountains up there, the best was yet to come. On the way back, we got off the train halfway down and walked to the next station. The views were totally mind-blowing. Hard to pick a favorite. He says,
I love the juxtaposition of all the different planes, correct? You have a first plane set of mountain, the second plane, and then the one in the background. Very well done.
And I like that we see some green, in this picture too, on the right-hand side, the tree line and stuff like that too, as well as snow. He says this view is towards Lauterbrunnen with the top of one of the huge waterfalls. And this is same camera, same lens, f8, 1/1250th, 70 millimeters, ISO 280. He says, that's it. He says it was very hard to choose photographs that really do Switzerland justice. He says it's such a beautiful country, and traveling Switzerland by train is a joy. He says he just wishes it wasn't that expensive. And then he sent me a comment afterwards that I'll share, that he had just learned, this is after he sent me the images, he had just learned that Zermatt in Switzerland was hit by a terrible flash flood and a massive landslide. So he says he's saying was not his intent to play this down. He had just learned about it. He just wanted to do to show a lighthearted rundown of his traveling there a month ago. He says, I feel bad about this, but I know that the Swiss will overcome the situation quickly, and he'll keep them in his prayers, as shall we. And we hope everything goes well. And
and Jeff, you can see the waterfall that he mentioned in the bottom right corner.
Bottom right corner.
Go to the left, go down.
Oh, okay. Yep.
No. Down.
I just happened to have my mouse there. I wasn't trying to point to it.
Yeah, it's a good excuse. I'm going to have to go on a holiday to a whole bunch of places that got names that you can't pronounce, Jeff, just for the fun of it.
Well, hey, I'm not afraid to embarrass myself. I mean, that's part of that's part of the job. I mean, maybe I should pass that pronunciation and send the words to Chuck and let him have a stab at it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you got the stab on myself.
Because he can't do any worse than I am, that's for sure.
Let's see.
That's right.
A beautiful image, Martin.
Very good, Martin. And he says he's halfway through his U.S. trip photos. He published his first article. I think we mentioned that last week at https://www.lichsnapper.de lichsnapper.de, and you have to translate it to English unless you could read German, and we did mention that last week. He says his mom's side was German, but his mom never spoke it, just the grandmother, and he says he was never exposed to it to learn it. Well, I kind of relate to that. My mom's side was German, my dad's side was Irish, and the only one that spoke German was my mom's mother, my grandmother, and her sister, who lived across the street. And that was it. That was it. They were the only ones that could speak German, and I never learned it either. So don't feel bad. So the next images is from Michael Dries.
Okay.
He sent in an image of an indigo bunting.
Oh, lovely.
Supposedly, we had a few of these in South Carolina. I was being told, "Oh, did you get a picture of the indigo bunting?" And this was like 2 or 3 times to the park, and I says, "No, I have not seen it. It apparently does not want to be there when I'm there." But it is a beautiful bird. I've never seen this yet. This is with the 600 millimeter Nikon Z f6.3, the PF lens.
Yeah.
1/320th of a second at f6.3 wide open, ISO 640. So wonderful shot. He says he was fortunate that this beautiful male indigo bunting perched on this particular tree with the emerging red foliage. He says, I noticed the pretty bokeh in the background and took short bursts of photos to capture the best pose and to ensure sharpness. So very nice shot.
Very nice. The contrast in the colors, fantastic.
Yeah. And very, very good. Now the next image that Michael sent in. Let's see. This is an interesting shot. This is he says this is a view from the top of Old Barney Lighthouse, Barn Gap Light, New Jersey. This is with the Nikon ZF with the Nikkor Z 20 millimeter f1.8 at f11, 1/320th of a second, ISO 100.
Love the clouds.
Yeah, I like you like the clouds, and I like you obviously you follow the water, leading up to the boat, the wake leading up to the boat. So that's neat. And he says and in this image he says that a little bit of verbiage here that he wrote down for me. He says, I overcame my fear of heights. Well, you're not the only one that's scared of heights. I am very scared of heights. He says he overcame his fear of heights, climbed to the observation deck of the lighthouse on the north end of Long Beach Island, New Jersey, noticed the boat heading out from the inlet, so he lined up the wake of the boat to create a leading line towards the billowing clouds. He says, I switched the camera to the black and white mode with deep tone monochrome. He says he's really loving the ZF. The camera is just a joy to use, and it looks so cool. He says, I thought I might have buyer's remorse when the Z6 III came out, but I'm happy with my lineup of two Z8s and the ZF. So yeah, I will agree with you. I really enjoy the ZF a lot as well. And many of us on here have the ZF as well. So I think everybody's having a good time with that camera. It's a nice camera to use when you just want to go slow and take your time, and you're not trying to shoot 20 frames a second. Your subjects don't require 20 frames a second. It's a nice camera to use for that. So his next image, Michael's next image of a Viking Village shipyard at Barn Gap Light, New Jersey at sunset. The Nikon ZF with the Z24-120 f4S lens at 74 millimeters, f11 at 1/250th of a second, ISO 100. I like his little sunburst there.
Yeah, definitely.
Partial sunburst that you see. Says he used a small, well, in his comments, I'm narrating before I'm reading his comments, which would basically say what I said. So he used a smaller aperture to create a sun star along the ship pier. He says the image is an expression of line, form, shadow, and light.
This is a
Yeah,
great
nice.
shot.
Yeah. And then his last shot. His last shot is of a woman named Virginia Franks, a bass player and vocalist of Burn the Jukebox, an up-and-coming rock band from northeastern Pennsylvania. He used the Nikon Z8 with the Z70 to 180 millimeter lens at 105 millimeters, f4, 1/1000th of a second, ISO 280. He says Virginia is a dynamic performer, so he really wanted to capture her high energy in a power rocker pose. As I used a vertical orientation to add even more energy into the frame. This was the first time I ever photographed a concert, and it was a blast. I found that many of the skills I learned in wildlife photography carried over into this genre.
Very good.
A wild rocker and a wild bird, they're pretty common, right? That is everything from Michael. We appreciate you sending in the images. Thank you so much, as always. And for the next series of images, give me a second to take a swig of Coca-Cola before my voice goes away.
Nice variety, Michael.
Thank you much. Yeah. The next images are from our panel member, Mr. Gustavo himself. So we will let him talk to these images as I put them up on the screen. So we will start with what he's calling image 1A. 1A.
Okay. Good. So these guys stay here around my property for a while, as you guys know. But this day, which actually was the first day I saw them, they came to the fence between me and my neighbor, and that day I was lucky enough to get a great light. So I was taking those pictures. I think, if I recall correctly here, this is taken at 800 millimeter. This is probably with the...
Well, 840 millimeters with the 1.4.
So it's taken with a 600 millimeter.
600 millimeter lens with the 1.4 TC, I guess.
Yeah. So they are gone now, but they were here for a couple of weeks. The parent kept them around, so every morning I was going out just looking for them. But the first day was the best photo, which are the one that I showed here.
Well, what's nice is it still has the fuzz on it. It's not all gone yet.
No.
And then this is Gustavo's follow-up photo to that one.
This actually is on my kind of style. This is the one that I like the best, because as you guys know, the one here that are wildlife photographer, you take some photos, you move your tripod or yourself a little bit closer, and then you take some other photos, So this was a lot closer. So less cropping, and later on I can show the photo. So I like when you get that engagement. So the same setup here.
Oh, it's yeah, and then you get to see how sharp that claw is on the toe as well.
Exactly.
You know, you definitely don't want to have that going across you.
Well, particularly when you know Mama and Papa was around, so I always was keeping an eye on not encroaching too far and get a claw on my back.
Yep. And then you decided to switch critters, as they
Exactly.
say. You switched critters,
Well,
and
I told you, I love
migrated to
things. Yeah. So again, in the spring, we know that many of these creatures are active during the day. I see the foxes relatively frequently on the you know the cameras around my house. You know but typically during the night,
Is
right?
this
But
is this basically in your backyard?
these are all in my backyard.
Wow, man,
Yeah.
you're a lucky man, man.
Exactly. But
One-
they during that time of the year, as you guys know, when they are still feeding the young, they take to hunt longer and they stick around during the day or early in the morning, so you get sufficient light to see them. So this is the adult here. I don't know whether it's a male or a female. And she was quite accommodating. Correct? I would sit on my porch and wait until they show up, and then I could move the tripod around and get a little bit closer.
Yeah, the tail looks like really big in this image, and then of course you go to the next one, and
So
lot
this
of
is a
fur.
young one. Yeah. So this is a young one that was accompanying that adult. Okay.
Yeah,
And so this actually close to some of my feeders in the backyard. You can see the leg of one of my chairs in the backyard. Again, this guy was hanging around quite a bit, looking for mice among the new grass in the spring. All right. See, Mama and Daddy was showing him how to hunt. So I was
and then
lucky. And then this guy, and this is the last photo.
yeah, your last photo is another of your, like you said, the poses that you like to get.
Yeah. So so that morning, I had the sun in my back, but the wind was blowing towards me. So this guy, after that prior photo, started walking towards me, and he didn't notice me until he was very, very close. So when he noticed me, he put his head up, and I managed to get a couple of pictures.
Cute,
So
very
anyway,
cute.
that's what I love in spring.
But you don't go up and try to pet them like they would if they were at Yellowstone, right?
No. I still use the long telephoto, but you can see that it's nice to have them engaged. But this guy came within, you know, maybe 10 meters, 30 feet from me
Yeah.
after this. And then he got the fright of his life when he was able to smell me and see me. Right? So it was nice. But like you said, Jeff, multiple times, and Jeff and Leslie knows that, and many of the people here, you know, if you sit quiet in your backyard or in the park or in the wherever you are, if you let nature come to you, you see a lot more. Correct? You just stay
Yeah, I
quiet.
mean, there's so many people are in that mode. Too many. I would say 3/4 of the people that I run into, and some that whom I know, and Bob's aware of this too, have very little patience. I mean, they get to a location. If they don't see something in 10 minutes, they're like ready to go home. I mean, they have no patience whatsoever. It's like if if you have no level of patience and you want to do wildlife and birds, I mean, you're kind of picking the wrong subject matter. You got to be willing to plant your behind in one spot for a while. And if you got to sit there an hour, you got to sit there an hour.
Yeah,
You know?
these guys already quite a few months old. So this was at the end of June, right? Oh, kind of mid-June, so like three weeks ago, right? So he's already quite grown up, but doesn't have the fur of the adult. One thing I would love to see if they ever build a den, or I put some structure that they will then nearby. Then you will get a show every day.
Well, I'm laughing in the comments here. First, I want to say hi to Pharaoh Man, Pharaoh Man that stopped in. Is it now in here? And Greg Wilson says, "Rub meat all over you, then they'll get closer."
Exactly.
And it says if you try to pet it, your new nickname would be four-fingered Gustavo.
Exactly.
So, yeah, it's great that everybody in the chat has a good sense of humor. That's what we need more. We need more of that.
And,
So,
and
Gustavo,
Jeff,
thank you for this.
thank you. And Jeff Arnesi put a very good comment, right? The camouflage, the best camouflage, sitting still, right? And quiet.
Yeah. Having a camouflage lens doesn't do you any good when you're wearing a yellow shirt.
Well, and what we always said, right? And no shutter noise. That with the C8 and the C9, that helps a lot.
Yeah. Oh, I got picked on relentlessly when I didn't. I was I guess a fairly long holdout into going into mirrorless, at least with a serious level camera, because I was shooting my D850. But there was a gentleman there that Bob and I would see all the time. He was there every day at the park, every single day. He spent part of his time in Florida, and he spent the rest of his time in the Myrtle Beach area. His family lived in Conway, and very, very well known within the state, actually. And but he used to pick on me when I'd be shooting fast frames per second with the D850, and he was using, I think he had a Sony A1, I think, at the time. But so his you didn't hear going off, and mine was going, rat tat 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 tat. And he'd be like, "Jeff, you're scaring everything away. I'm not going to let you come here anymore. You're causing too much trouble. Nothing wants to hang around. You got a noisy camera. Time for you to get rid of it." So he would have fun with me shooting my D850. So thank you so much for these images. I love the owls being like in that in between state where you can see the feathers, but you still got the fuzz on them yet. I like that. And the foxes. I mean, I've only gotten an opportunity to get a fox shot once down here, just one time. And it was a freak thing. The next images are from Greg Corker. So Greg is in the chat, I believe. I think I saw him in there making a few comments here or there. So the first image is Greg took this with the Z6 with the 50 millimeter f1.8 lens. At f8, 1/500th of a second, ISO 100. This is the entrance to silos at Ellington subdivision in Atlanta, Georgia area. He did edit it in Lightroom. He says this is one of the first images he took with the Nikkor 50 millimeter f1.8 S lens. He says when reviewing images from the last few years, he says he was amazed at how many of the images he found were taken with this lens. Sometimes you don't realize. Sometimes you use a lens more than you thought you did, and then you, like you said, you go back and you look at stuff and you go, "Wow, I used that lens quite a bit." And So I like this. I like the silos, and it's kind of strange to see these silos in obviously what is a residential area.
And they use a color too.
Yeah, yeah. And I love the clouds. I love the clouds, the activity in the sky too. Very nice.
Mhm.
I like clouds. I don't get a lot of clouds down here, so when I get clouds in the sky, I'm like giddy and all happy because I don't get clouds a lot. His next shot that he submitted, he says, it was a drive-by portrait. A family member stopped to speak on the way out and agreed to him taking a picture. And he says this is one of the first images he took with the, at the time, then new 70 to 200 millimeter lens. Shutter speed was way too low. He says 1/5 of a second. IBIS largely seems to have compensated in this shot. He says the resulting photo made it immediately clear why people rave over the 70-200 millimeter lenses. Detail, clarity, color accuracy, and the compression really made the image stand out from any he had taken before. Says even though the image is slightly soft, it's not soft where it matters, my friend. It looks very good. The lens sharpness is still quite apparent. So this was, as he said, this is a 1/5 of a second shot, f2.8, ISO 100 at 140 millimeters with the Nikkor Z 70 to 200 millimeter f2.8 VRS lens. Then Greg's next shot was flower. He says these were flowers that were displayed for sale in front of a grocery store. He says, for me, this was a lesson in the degree of separation possible with an f4 lens, not to mention the continuing demonstration of the image quality of the Nikkor Z 24-70 f4S lens.
I like that.
Yeah.
And
at the grocery store. Yeah.
Yeah. This is 1/12/50th of a second at f4 ISO 100 with that 24 to 70 millimeter f4 lens, S lens at 70 millimeters. Nice pops of color. Very nice.
Yeah, the angle also like it because you see the different planes, correct, of the different colors.
Yeah. Now his next image he submitted is what he says this is a memorial Christmas ornament photograph. Stated simply, that's what it is. And this is taken with the Z6 with the 50 millimeter f1.8 S lens at 1.8 at 1/60th of a second ISO 100.
Nice bokeh too on that one.
Yeah, and he shot it at 1.8, and basically the ribbon is very sharp. The ornament is very sharp. The writing on it is very sharp, and then everything else just turns into mush. It's nice.
Yeah,
it's nice.
Excellent.
Very good, Greg. And then he sent in one more shot of a. And Greg, really insult me here, when I have to go through extreme measures to get any kind of a shot of a deer. He gets I'm in a parked vehicle. Oh, there's a deer. I'll take a picture of it. It's like, come on, man. He gets this picture from a parked vehicle. It says modest crop Z7 with the Z70 to 200 f2.8 VR at 160 millimeters f6.3. At 1/125th of a second at ISO 80. Yeah, deer. Obviously, it didn't smell you or realize you were there or what have you, or you hid well in your car and it let you take a nice shot.
Excellent.
So, Greg, we thank you for your inputs to the show. We really appreciate it, as we do everyone who's been sending in images. Very, very good series of photos. Now let's see. Can you guys see in the green room? Because I'm like, I got everything kind of blocked off here. Is Joey's not in the green room, is he?
No, I just see myself. So
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just click here and see if I'm going to click here and see if he happens to be trying to get in and I didn't notice him. No, okay, he's not in. So, whoa. All right, so we're going to look at some of Joey's pictures, and we'll have to apologize that we showed him without him being here. And so his first shot is a drone shot with the Mini 3 Pro, a panoramic shot. And all other shots that you'll see in the series of pictures that I'm going to show you that he took with the Panasonic S5 II. So the first shot here is his pano shot with the DJI Mini 3 Pro.
Okay.
So he didn't provide me, like I said, I wish he was here. He didn't provide me with any details on any of the settings or the location or
See,
anything.
that is that golf club that he was for.
Yeah, this is in Canmore.
Camor, yeah, the
Okay.
same golf club that he made the commercial.
Okay. Yeah, I can see the sand traps. The green and the sand traps.
And David can tell you, I think this is looking south, correct, David? Because you can see the highway on the right.
I think it's looking west. Because the highway runs east-west there.
Oh,
yeah, and it looks like the sun's right behind the mountain
Yeah.
or foothill.
I think that he shot this in the morning.
yes.
And that's east.
No,
So
the west side of the mountains get the sun and get you hit with the sun and the sunrise because he shot this very early in the morning. You know, so this part is be still in shadow.
Okay.
yeah. So he sent in 6 images. So this is image number 1. And then we've got the hustle and bustle of car traffic.
This is on the Center Street Bridge in Calgary.
Uh-oh. Do you have fireworks going on, Jeff? Or-
Doggy time. Hold on. I'll come back in a second.
Okay.
Oh.
His dog is saying that this picture is rough. rough. So we'll wait. We'll wait a minute here and see if Gustavo comes back quickly. I'm sure the dog.
Yeah.
Probably
This
just has.
is Chinatown in the background, or one of them in Calgary, and that on the Center Street Bridge there's 4 lions, and you can see the back of 2 of them here.
Wow. And so this is with the S5 too, then.
Yeah, I think this Panasonic.
Yeah, this is the S5 too. Yeah.
So
Yeah, every
he has the 100 millimeter. So I wonder if he used that one.
Yeah, unfortunately, he didn't provide me with any settings or lens information.
This looks like he shot it with a fairly long lens.
Yeah. That's the longest lens he has. So
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna skip to the next shot that he took.
And this is the Center Street Bridge also.
So they have it's nice that they have a little walking area there on each side of the road. It looks like, right, on both sides.
And they've got places on the side of the bridge that you can get off and take pictures, whatever. That's where he's standing. If you look up the bridge, you can see another one. That white piece of concrete that's sticking out.
Oh yeah, it's like a little platform.
Yeah.
Looks like a
Okay.
little platform. You can go hide in there and take a picture.
Got the
And on
little,
the Center Street Bridge, they're actually raised about 6 inches, 8 inches above the sidewalk.
all that down here. He's there. He shot with the I don't know what type that is, but it's just that needles.
Oh, the Space Needle.
Yeah,
No, that's the Calgary Tower.
yeah.
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 Okay.
It's
Tried to
what
get that in a lot of shots, you know.
that's what he was shooting for. Yeah.
The center of the Calgary Tower is on the center line of the Center Street and the Center Street Bridge.
You know, it looks like the guy's on a scooter and the lady is on a wheelchair.
She might be just walking with a bicycle. Maybe.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah,
Maybe.
you're not supposed to be riding your bike or you're over this bridge, but people do.
Yeah.
Okay. Now his next shot.
And this
Looks
is
like
about 200 or 300 meters south of his previous shot. This is in Chinatown.
This is like, I don't know if that sign says vintage, upstairs, s'mores and coffee.
Yeah, Calgary Tower from a different angle.
Yeah. Well, it's shot in the same direction as the one before.
Yeah.
They both shot to the
Oh, yeah.
to the south.
Yep.
So it's on the sidewalk this time. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There it is.
There it is. I see people behind that glass.
And that observation deck there, it has a glass floor also. You know, so
There's a glass floor. A glass floor, you said?
yep.
Oh yeah, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work good for me. Nope.
Well, it's strong enough for you, Jeff.
I
You
don't
could even
care.
jump up and down on it and it would break.
It's too
like
high.
the-
It's too high. It's
Yeah.
too high for me as well. It's too high. I'll look at it from ground level up, but I won't go. I wouldn't go up there. Couldn't
Well,
pay me.
They have a restaurant up there that revolves. You know, so you got to watch it when you go to the washroom because you're in the washroom for any length of time. When you come out, your table is not where it was when you went in.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh man, I'd be lost for a half hour. I'd have to yell, Janet, where are you? Janet, where are you? Raise your hand. Raise your hand.
Then we had about 5 or 6 restaurants and hours, the Hemisphere Tower. And the thing is, they all went bankrupt. And now a radio station is on top or in that building. So that's pretty interesting. I love those buildings.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just want to say hi to Mr. Wayne Maddox. That he's popping in and out. So Wayne, good to see you stopping by for you anyway. And so Joey has one more image here. He sent in 6, I believe. Here he goes. Life on the streets. Life on the streets. Must be some kind of new carbonated beverage there. Viz something, V-I-Z-Z.
It could be imported and not in English too.
Yeah. So Joey, if you're listening, but not if you're listening out there somewhere, we thank you for sending in the images. And if you pop on later on, we will thank you. again if we are to see you. It's good that he got some in. And our next few images that we have here are from Luis, and we will start with
Oh, wow.
2 mallards in formation flight. This was he took this January of 2024
Yep.
in the Netherlands with the Z9 with the 500 PF lens and f5.6 at 1/4000th of a second, ISO 1100.
It's real nice.
Yeah,
Gorgeous.
very good, very, very good. I don't know if I think Luis said he would be stopping back later on, so I don't think he's in the chat right now. But if you are, very nice photo, and everybody's going to enjoy what you sent in this time as always. Let's see his next image. This is in Clark County Wetland Park in Las Vegas with the. He says, on Gustavo's request, the Verdun adult and juvenile Z8 600 PF, and he's got the 600 PF on this at wide open at f6.3 1/800th of a second, and ISO 800 and exposure compensation plus 1.3.
Beautiful.
Very nice, very pretty birds.
Mm-hmm.
So I've never heard of those before. He says they're the Verduns. Verdun. Huh.
Only in the American Southwest, Jeff.
Oh. Sorry. I'm losing control.
You beat the hummingbird.
This is Matosa Canyon with the Z8 and the 600 PF again, wide open. And he says lesser Nighthawk at the end of the day in Montosa Canyon, south of Tucson. He had 1/640th of a second for some sparrows in the shade when he saw this flying, and he started taking pictures. He says he increased the shutter speed after the first shots, but none were better than this one. So it's only at 1/640th of a second, folks, and it looks pretty darn good. You know, a little bit of blur on the tip of the wings. There's nothing wrong with that. And he was +1 exposure compensation.
He was probably padding, and this being a Nighthawk flying probably was end of the day when the light is not so there is not so much light. So excellent capture, Luis.
Yep, very good. And then his the last image he sent in, which I scrolled by quickly, is this hummingbird shot. Broad-billed hummingbird south of Sierra Vista in Arizona. Shot after sunset. He says, hence the low shutter speed. So he shot this after sunset. And he says there's noise in the picture, but he says he likes the composition. And the noise is minimal. 1/320th of a second and f6.3 ISO 3600. And this once again is with the 600, the new Z 600 millimeter f6.3 PF lens. And as always, he gave us something to smile about. Yeah, Scubarazzi is in the house. So hello to him. Hello, my friend. Appreciate you being here. Scubarazzi sent in some amazing shots tonight too, as has everybody. Very, very, very nice. So, Luis, hopefully we see you before the end of the show.
Fantastic.
Very good, as always. We got some interesting shots that Rakesh sent in. He sent in 4 images, so those are what we're going to look at next. And so the first shot, I love the line element. The line element here, and then seeing, another building, in the background through the grid or whatever you want to call this. It's very interesting. His composition is very, very well done. Very well done. This is, let me see if he gave me any image. He did not give me any image information, so we're just going to sit back and enjoy his images. So this is image number 1 from Rakesh.
Beautiful.
And then, yeah, I just like when you look at the far left, see how the curves kind of expand, when you're really looking at the curvature. I like that. It's really neat. So this is his next shot. Playing with a minimal amount of light and obviously shadow. Now he did take another image of this building, slightly different. I think showed a little bit more maybe in the image, but he sent me another view. You get the statue in the foreground. I like the detail in the building on the left. I like the detail in that building. It's really neat. Nice ledges, huh? On these buildings.
Beautiful.
Very nice ledges.
So
I don't know.
He's from New York, right?
Yeah, I'm looking to see if he's in the chat. I'd like to know where he took these shots from. I mean, probably New York, but where in New York, I don't know.
Yeah.
But if he's in
I
there,
haven't seen him.
And this is cool with the clouds.
Wow. Cool cloud for sure. Dramatic sky.
Yep. Very good job, Rakesh. Thanks for sending those in.
Yes.
Appreciate it. And hopefully, like I said, I don't know that he's in the chat yet. But if he is, if he comes back in later, we will thank him. And the next series of shots, we're moving pretty quick tonight here. I'm surprised.
Let me make a comment here about those.
Yeah.
Those shots were done in New York. One of the things that I think he took the right angles and looking for all the patterns in the building and the juxtaposition of all the building, which is very good because for us that have photographed New York, one of the problems nowadays, every single building has some scaffolding work being done at a street level. So you cannot make a good composition that includes the street without adding all this scaffolding, correct? Really, it really makes it difficult for our photographer, but the good choice, Rakesh.
Yeah, very good. You did a very good job. And black and white was a good choice too, obviously. So the next images coming up are from our friend Scubarazzi. And let's see. And we will bring up his first images. Let me bring up the storyline here. Scubarazzi's great. I mean, he sends me a whole storyline with his package of images that he sends in, which is very interesting, and I like to share it with everybody. Whatever somebody puts in the comments of their emails that they send to me, I share with everybody because it's interesting to know the story of what you're about to see. Okay, and this time the motto of his pictures is Malta underwater. And he says, as you know, last week he was in Malta to do some scuba diving. Malta's in the Mediterranean Sea. He says, unfortunately, the biodiversity is not very good. There are not big fish left or no big fish left. But he says Malta did sink a few old ships on purpose so they can be used as artificial reefs and wrecks for scuba tourism. So for him, Malta is easy to reach. Every day, a 2-hour flight both ways. There's a dive base that's doing a great job so he can have stress-free vacations. He says, I give everything for your 100-picture photo review. So I did send you, again, 4 pictures with 2 goodies. And the gear is, we'll put up the first image. And the gear he used is the camera is the Sony RX100 VA. Housing is Nauticam housing. And he always uses the Einon S2000 strobes. And this is 1/160th of a second f8 at ISO 400. And he says on a depth of about 25 meters / 75 feet, one of the dive spots you can find a few amphoras in the sand. Says these are not antique, but they were placed there for a movie. He did not find out what movie that was. He says he did place the guide and his two buddies in the top with torches in their hands, and they tried to shoot against the sun. Unfortunately, it was around noon, so the sun is very high in the sky. He had to do a lot of post-processing, as with most of the images here that he's sharing. He corrected the color, removed a lot of backscatter, and added some rays to the torch. Interesting shot.
Fantastic shot.
Now, the next shot coming up.
And the composition is fantastic, right?
Yeah.
And
The
look
next
at
shot,
this.
this is a statue of Jesus that was placed there in 1990 and even blessed by Pope Johannes Paul II. It's very deep, 35 meters, 100 feet. Unfortunately, the statue is looking up, so it looks as if the head is missing.
Yeah.
But it's not. He says that's why it's a challenge to shoot the statue. Shooting it from top down would show the head, but it's a very bad composition. He says you can see how much coral and sea plants have overgrown on the statue over the 34 years. Yeah, you really, if you didn't say it was a statue of Jesus, no one would be able to tell with all the plant life on it now.
Beautiful.
Now that was at same gear as before, but 1/250th of a second, f8, ISO 400. His next shot. This is at 1/80th of a second, f8 at ISO 400. He says this wreck is the El Farad, Faroud, was a Libyan oil tanker that was sunk there after an explosion during maintenance work in 1995. The explosion happened in the harbor and 9 seamen died. They then towed the damaged vessel around the island where it sank. The 110-meter-long vessel sunk to about 35 meters and used to be in one piece. A few years later, a storm did break the wreck into 2 parts.
Wow.
He says this can be seen here. Yeah, you can see how it's split. He says after a 6-minute dive in the blue, this is what one can see out in the blue. The wreck can be penetrated, but it's a little challenging as it is deep and the distance from shore is a little longer. Yeah, when you're at 35 meters, you can't stay down very long, and the last thing you want to do is to get a little crazy. You start doing a penetration dive on at a depth like this. You're adding a level of danger that you don't necessarily want to do. Let's put it that way.
But I was commenting in the chat, Jeff, that he obviously had excellent visibility that day because he got like a wide angle on the ship correct, and get 5 scuba divers. So
Yeah.
the visibility was fantastic.
Yeah. Wonderful shots. I mean, I was blessed to at least
Okay.
do
So
a
you said that
handful of
it wasn't that good, that visibility. Well, the photo certainly.
Now the next shot is really, I found it very interesting. The one shot coming up is at 1/250th of a second f8 ISO 400, and it's a image of the propeller of the ship at a depth of about 35 meters, 100 feet, and you can see how big the propeller is compared to the diver. So this was a great idea to have somebody swim through, so that you can appreciate the actual size of the prop on that ship, because you don't really have anything else in the photo that would give you an idea, of the size. So you put a person in there, or makes a big difference. It helps tell the story better. And he said in comments that he likes how nature takes over the wreck.
Yes.
Yeah, everything from corals and barnacles and seaweed, different types of plant life that grow on everything. Just like that statue, over a period of time, you'll probably have so much stuff growing on that prop, you might not even be able to you'll know it's a prop because of the location on the ship, but you might not be able to really distinguish it as a prop, with everything that's going to grow on that over the years. And so this is let me move forward ahead a little bit here on the pictures. This is what he called, this was a night dive. And for those of you that have never done a night dive scuba diving, let's just say it is a totally different experience than anything you'll ever do during the daytime. Because that's when certain critters are out that you don't see often during the daytime. So it's a whole different environment, and you only see whatever your dive light is shining on. If you have a crew or something, or you have an expedition, maybe somebody brings down a bank of light, some lighting equipment, but normally each diver is just going down with a flashlight. So this is what he called a gunard or sea robins. And I wrote back to him that we have sea robins in New England. And when I was a young kid, if you were like on a jetty, on the rocks going out into the ocean, and you're fishing, and you feel like your line is trapped between the rocks, and you're trying to pull on your fishing line, and you think your pole is bent, like ready to snap. You got one of these on the end of your hook. These suckers, because they swimming in and out of the rocks or around the rocks, and they are miserable to get out of the water, and they make a horrible croaking sound when they come out of the water. It looks very pretty, somewhat pretty with the coloration in this picture, but when you have one on the end of your fishing hook, they're pretty ugly looking, and they make a lot of weird sounds that freak you out when you're a kid, believe me.
And they have big wings, pectoral fins.
Yes, he says this fish is one of the few that has ventral fins that look like legs, okay, the ones that are below the body there in the front. They can even walk with them in the sand. He says normally this is a fish that is close to the ground and always tries to swim away, so he's happy to get it from this angle. And then he has one more shot of this fish coming up, and you have a diver
Wow.
to the left in the back, slightly in the background. But the coloration on that fin, beautiful color, absolutely gorgeous. And what's nice with the fact that the background's dark, you don't see you don't see a lot of the debris in the water with the background being dark like that. You know what I'm saying? So you don't, I mean, he said he cleaned up a lot of backscatter, what he called backscatter, whatnot. But when you have that dark background back there, the fish really pops. Fish really pops. And he says this was the same night dive as the last picture. Says this is very atypical behavior. Normally they swim very close to the bottom. This is the first time he saw one free swimming, and talks about the beautiful fins, which I mentioned. Diver in the background was his guide photobombing the picture. He says, and no, it's not a female Asian diver. Lots of laugh. He says that he loves colorful divers. Normally divers are black and the images are boring, but this diver had some colorful wetsuit hood with little rabbit ears or whatever on it, and
Exactly.
and had a little bit of color, which added to the picture. So he concludes the story by saying in Malta they dove several wrecks. All in all, they did 7 wrecks, but the El Farad was by far the biggest. That's why he sent pictures of that one. And he said they also did a few 360 videos of them, but he needs to edit and upload them to YouTube. But that's going to take a while, which is understandable. And he says this time they also did a fashion shoot underwater. He says together with his dive buddy and the 2 owners of the dive base, they did a fashion shoot with a dress and a mermaid outfit underwater. He says his buddy and one of the dive base owners were his models, and the other dive base owner was there as a safety diver. He says he'll try to get basically the permissions from the models to share the pictures for the next photo review. And he says for him, that shoot was something new and totally next level. So as always, we thank Scubarazzi for some other underwater images, which I know Gustavo and I it's dear to our heart to see underwater photos from our diving years of days gone by.
Exactly.
But thank you so much, as always, for sending those in. And but I'll tell you, if you ever get a chance to do a night dive, and if you've never dove before, and you go on at a resort where they give you the 10-minute quick course in the pool, and you're going to go scuba diving for the first time, stick to the daytime dives, my friend. Because let me tell you, you don't need an inexperienced diver doing a night dive, because that freaks a lot of people out. Really does. I used to go night diving and I had a license to do lobster fishing, so I had a lobster gauge so that you could measure and make sure the lobster was legal sized, and would go lobster diving, and you'd catch them by hand. You'd get them by hand, and that was always fun to bring home a dive bag full of lobsters. But night diving is fun, but it's really can be a really kind of scary experience, because you never know what you're going to bump into or what may bump into you, because your flashlight can't be everywhere at the same time. But thanks a lot, Scubarazzi, for your images. And our next ones coming up are from Mr. Maddox, who I see is still in the chat, which is good. So we could show his images here. So Wayne sent me a couple images. This is a youth boxing event that he came across in another word I'm not going to pronounce right. Sukbatar Square in Mongolia. So it's a youth boxing, which is cool, and he chose to display it in black and white. And this was at 1/200th of a second at f4, excuse me, ISO 125 with the 24-120 f4S lens at 120 millimeters. And Wayne, I'm assuming with your Z8. I'm assuming you shot with your Z8. That's my guess. He can comment in the chat. So the next image is really interesting that he took. That you're going to see coming up here. This is in the library. He says he edited this with DxO Photo Lab and used the Hasselblad profile, which provided a darker tone for the photo. And I guess what gets you with this image is that you don't see a lot in this library. It's pretty empty. You got a lot of empty cubbies. At least it appears that a lot of them are empty anyway. Could be wrong, due to the angle. You can't really see inside the cubbies too much. In the left, it looks like a lot of them are empty. In the right, I could see some semblance that there might be some things on the right-hand cubbies on the right-hand side. But this is a library that he took a picture of. And neat, very neat shot. Z-Wade is popping in here, so we say hello to Z-Wade. And yeah, I think we're all doing good, and we all enjoy the photo reviews and sharing each other's work. It's a blast. It's a blast. We all have fun. At least I know I do. So Wayne, thank you very much. Yeah, he says the books are in there. Okay. Thank you very much for the images. I like it. I like this one a lot. I like the interesting effect, like you're looking down a tunnel almost, So Wayne sent those in, so we appreciate that very much. And I gotta move the slideshow so I can click on it here. And now, like I said, Randall was nice enough. He wanted to make sure I had enough photos for the show. So he sent me a hard drive with thousands of photos. Only kidding. He sent me quite a few photos, so I narrowed it down. So he doesn't know what order these are in, but I will put them up one at a time, and I'll let Randall talk to them. And so we will, give me 1 second here just to get the first one up and running here. And then Randall, I'll let you run with it, okay?
Okay.
Here we go.
All right. Let's see. So I knew this was going to happen, so I have to match it right there. So let's see. This is later on, so I think it's this one right here. Yeah. Okay. So this one is the 24-105. And it's at f4. And I'm using the, and this is the Canon RF 24-105. Okay. And I'm using the R5C with this one. So what I was trying to do was I was comparing the 24 millimeters with different lenses on different cameras at this time. And what I was seeing was, if you notice that the entrance right by the street number, it's slanted to the right of the picture. And then the house on the right, 15802, is kind of slanted to the left.
Yeah.
And I was looking at it, and I was standing still, and I couldn't believe it.
I just thought this was typical construction in Texas.
No. so that's the only picture I've seen like that, and I'm thinking, what the heck happened? And I checked the settings, and I said, it might be the lens. I don't know, but this is their 45 megapixel camera with the fan on it, and I thought I'd try the the 24 to 105. Because usually I'm using the 100 to 400 on there. But, I'm trying to catch that bird that I'm always chasing every day. Play hide and seek. So,
Yeah, this is where you could go into the in Lightroom and you could try to get it to straighten the buildings so they're straight up and down, and you'll get rid of some of that effect.
Yeah, well, see, the thing that gets me.
But the fence doesn't look bad in between them.
No,
which is
but
kind of weird.
I had the barrel distortion on, all right?
Yeah.
And that's what got me. So if you look at the fence, it's kind of going to the left also. So it seems like the tree is the only thing that's straight, and everything else is kind of collapsing toward the tree. So I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, but
I love the tree. It's my favorite tree with all the flowers and stuff.
but Roy, I think Roy has some comments there that are pretty appropriate for this. I think it's the angle of your sensor in relationship because you're trying to get the tree, which is your subject,
Right.
correct? So
Right.
if you're not parallel to the buildings, but just angle it a little bit up, it will make that effect at that focal length that you are.
Yeah, you weren't shooting it straight on. You might have been.
Yeah, I was at the
your
corner.
body might have been twisted a little one direction or the other.
Exactly.
And now Tim's saying, you turn on the lens correction in Lightroom, and that might correct it, or probably correct a lot of it. But he says, Roy says camera is aimed up, causing distortion.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's all in your positioning of your lens relative to the subject.
Okay, so I'm pointing up, not straight.
Yeah, and you
I was
got
trying to get the tree. I was centering the tree between the bottom and the top.
Yeah, but you got to shoot it straight on, and that would make it better.
You still have to apply the corrections in Lightroom.
Yeah.
But the correction in Lightroom, and that's where the PC lenses will help, correct? Because then you can, if you need to shoot like this, then you can incline the lens separate from the sensor. But Randall,
I like the tree.
You want to photograph the tree, correct?
Tree is very beautiful.
Yeah.
Now, is that your yard? The tree in your yard?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Yeah, that's a beautiful tree.
That's your front yard, correct, Randall?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm going to skip to the next image, and Randall will scramble because I have probably them all mixed up from what he has on his computer. So we're going to go so this is obviously the left. The patio there is from his front yard. So he's shooting out into the street, and he's got a bird in the bird bath.
Okay. I'll look for that one.
So we'll say, is that the real bird, or is that a stuffed bird that you stuck in the bird bath?
Okay. Let's see. I have to go back here. Turn off the chat. Oh, now that's red. I thought it was a cardinal. And
More likely.
to discuss that with Gustavo. Think that's a cardinal.
Most likely, but
Yeah.
difficult to see.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right. All right, so this is shot. Oh gosh.
You're shooting away from your house.
Millimeter.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the 50 millimeter. Okay, and this is what was it? It was. I'm trying to remember the camera. I think it was.
Well, your file name starts with an L1. Does that help you?
Yeah, that's Leica.
Leica camera.
That's, M8 with the Nikon lens, 50 millimeter, 1 point. Let's see, was it? Yeah, the 1.4. And I use an adapter called Foldsy, and it has an aperture ring on it. But I was trying it out on the Leica M, and this is a Nikon F mount AI lens. So it's manual focus, but I thought it was excellent. I got some great pictures with different adapters on different cameras, and I've been doing that lately. I did one. I just put up one tonight with 3 different adapters with 3 different cameras, and the pictures are just fantastic. So you can do it manual focus, autofocus, crop, full frame. That's what I've been doing lately, you know, just on different camera systems. But I thought this was a great picture. And this is also a 24 megapixel camera. So the M8, the SL2S, the S5 II from Panasonic are 24. The Z6 III, the ZF, they're 24. The Z6 II. So the only 45 megapixel camera I have is the R5C, the Z8, and Z9. The only 60 megapixel one I have is the Q3. But I got a wide range of cameras. I think the rest APS-Cs are all 20 megapixels. So yeah. I don't. The only 12 megapixel one I have is the ZVE1, and I use that today also with the Nikon lens, and it turned out pretty good. So, what's the next picture?
Next picture. Now, this is from a Nikon camera, DSC file.
Yep. Okay. This one.
So this was 95 millimeters with the 50 to 100 millimeter f1.8 G lens.
Yes.
1/500th second f4.5 ISO 200.
Yep. And it's the image size is 5568 by 3712. It was shot. Come on, my cursor is not working. Okay, so it's at f1.8. Now this 50 to 100 is f mount, and it's from Sigma, and it's the 1.8 lens. They made 2 lenses that were crop censored. One was 18 to 35, and this one was 50 to 100. And I used the so it's like a 95. So that was like what was it? 75, something like that, with 1.5 crop. I don't know.
Well, the background is nice and smooth. Nice.
Oh, guess what? It was the Z30. Okay, so I used the Z30 on this. Yeah. So, and the thing is, with some of these lenses, you can get real close, and it almost looks like a macro. But this is at 4.5. Okay, f-stop.
Yep.
So, yep, it's excellent.
We're going to go to your next one here. This is also a Nikon with your 70 to 300.
Yep.
f4.556 lens at 300 millimeters, 1/500th of a second at f5.6 ISO 160.
And that's the B3. It's a Nikon 1 B3, and it's the first mirrorless system cameras from Nikon. That's before they put out the Z. The mirrorless Z1. So
I'm just going to say goodnight quick to Jeff and Leslie are taking off, so everybody say goodnight to them. And thanks guys for your images. They were great. You always get great dragonfly insect images, that's for sure. So thank you so much for your images this week. This month, we appreciate it. Okay, Randall, I'll let you keep going. I just wanted to say good night.
Well, it was at the focal length is like 300 to 810. Okay. And it's at 5.6 f number, and it's at 300 on this one. So
And we'll jump to your next one. That's just a closer up shot of the same
yeah,
plant, I believe, or tree. Correct myself,
and
tree.
it's probably the same one, only closer. Yep.
Only closer, 100 millimeters. You used the 50 to 100 f1.8 G lens.
That's it.
So you changed lenses.
Yeah, I think that was the macro. So I do have an adapter that will go to the Nikon 1 mount also. So
who's this friend? I always love pets. we had to
that's Wanda.
a pet photo in here.
Oh yeah, and this is also the okay.
It's your Leica.
Yeah, it's the 50 to 100. It's 6K, so I think this might be on the Leica. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on your Leica.
Yeah.
You Leica your Leica.
Yeah, yeah. But I think on this one, it's the SL2S. That's what it was on. And I put this. What was it? Was it the?
So there's 100 millimeter. You have unknown lens that doesn't 100, but it's at 100 millimeters.
Yeah, and I'm thinking it's the Nikon 100 millimeter macro.
Okay.
It's the F mount one. It's
Yeah.
the G lens, but I did it in manual, so I thought that was pretty good.
So your next
see how sharp it is.
Yes. This is your next shot. This is you have unknown lens as well. This doesn't. That's from your Leica. It's L file.
Yeah.
And
I believe this
12,500. So it's nice and soft. You know, from being at ISO 12,500.
And this is from the SL2S, and it's at actually it's the 50 millimeter, and I think it's the f1.4. I've been using the f1.2. I used the f1.2 today, but I like the f1.4, and I also have another Nikon. What is it? Yeah, but that's a G lens. So this was the manual one, the AIS, or the AI, and I think it's a D lens. So I think it's pretty sharp.
Yeah. Yeah, the background's nice and blurred out.
Yeah. So that popcorn machine is just right next to the the column, and I was leaning a little bit to the left, so that's why it's leaning to the right. But yeah.
So we got your next one here of use the 50 to 100 millimeter f1.8 G lens at 100 millimeters. 1/250th of a second at wide open at 1.8 ISO 100.
Yep. That's a. I'm trying to find that one. You have to scroll up. Okay, I think I got it. I think this is it. Let me check back. Yeah, that's it. And this is the okay, this. Yeah, it's not okay. Come on. That's the wrong one. Okay, this is the Z6 III by the way. And it's the the 50 to 100, f1.8. So this is the Sigma, and it's in crop mode. So it should be, no, it's in full frame. Well, no, it goes into crop mode, doesn't it? Automatically. You know, if you put a crop sensor lens, it should go in crop mode.
Yes.
But, you know, it's funny. It doesn't say like it's 150. It says 100 millimeter, doesn't it? Yeah. So it might be at 50. I did this at 50.
Okay.
And then it turned out to be 100. But, you know, the nice thing about with the Z6 III, you can crop in a little bit and the pictures are still tack sharp. So whatever they did to that sensor or the processor, they did a fantastic job. I've cropped a couple of times just to see how it was, you know, at 26 megapixels. So when you crop it, does it go down to like what, 12 megapixels or 10, something like that? With
I think it's 10.8 or something, you know, like that.
Yeah.
You know, close to 11.
But you know, the picture quality is still good. So you can see it's tack sharp. I can even see the cobwebs, you know, between the buds. So no, anyway.
I got one more of your pictures of subject matter, and then I got the two images that you sent of your workstation setup. So we'll go to the last one that has you have your own little bird here.
Okay.
And this you say was with the
V3
the Nikon 1, I guess, maybe?
Yes. Yes.
70 to 300 millimeter lens at 300 millimeters, 1/1000th of a second at f/5.6 ISO 200.
Yep. Let's see. Command I. Let's see. Come on. So yeah, and it's at 5.6, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. What kind of bird is that?
I don't know. I was hoping that Gustavo might help me out.
It's a house sparrow.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's
You
with
sure
the
it's not a
V3, by the
pigeon?
way.
It's where's Z-Wade? Is it
No,
a
no, or
Z-Wade?
not a white dove either.
The white
No,
dove?
Yeah, so this bird right here, this is the one I've been chasing. Okay, so she likes playing hide and seek, and then I found out there's 3 more that. So I think it's a family unit of 4. Okay, and she is actually she's on the ditch, but she popped her head up, and this is one of the pictures I sent. So she was playing hide and seek. And then she just started coming toward me. He says, yeah, you got me. So one of the pictures I sent was, and what you're not showing, is she flew up into the crepe myrtle, and then she tried to hit there. But I got about 4 or 5 shots of her also. But that's one of the clearest shots I've gotten from this bird. So it's a beautiful bird, very chirpy, it's always making noise. But I love it. I make sure they have water every day.
Oh, that's
We're
good.
supposed to get that big hurricane on Monday morning. So
We'll let you elaborate here on the next 2 photos are really your, I don't know if it's the same. I don't think it's the same area. I know you have multiple setups, but we'll let you talk to these last 2 pictures here.
Okay, so this is the Leica SL2S, and I was taking a picture with the what was it? I think it was the kit lens, which is the 24 to 70 f.
Yeah, that's what shows on the screen. 24 to 70, the spherical lens, f2.8.
Yep, that's it. So I shot one on the left-hand side, and then the next picture should be on the right-hand side. You'll see the screensaver or the wallpaper change. But I thought I'd give one shot from where the new computer system that I built. And I got two computers, Windows PC. One is with LEDs. The other one is just kind of like a micro ATX. But you see, I thought that was pretty neat. You know, turn off the lights and just look at the colors and stuff. And then if you do a view right now, you can see my setup the way I have it. I added another computer, a laptop, which I'm running. But yeah, it's
so obviously I put aside a few of your images because, like I said, we ended up with over 90 images. But I thank you for what you sent in and trying to keep the numbers up for me.
yeah. So yeah, I enjoy doing the photos. I look forward to it every month.
Hey, we're trying to just keep you out of jail, Randall. That's all.
Yeah, I know.
But thanks a lot for what you sent in. I appreciate it, and enjoy your setup there. I like how everything's lit up.
A lot of computer power
pretty
there.
cool.
Yeah.
Now we did get a few images. Let's see if I got a image sent in from Pharaoh Man Sean, which was kind of a neat image, and I'll get to it right about now here. And this was a Coca-Cola advertisement, and you can see the Olympic rings on the bottles in the mural in the background. And so he took this. This was with the Z9 using the 20 millimeter 1.20 millimeter lens at 1/8 of a second. That's why everybody in the foreground is blurry. And ISO 50 at f16. Oh, that's kind of neat.
Great image.
Yes, but nice. A lot of nice bold color. It's a wake you up shot, as I call it. Wakes you up. And at 11:30.
Did he mention where?
He did not mention where. So if he's in here, which he was earlier, yes, he is here. So Sean, where did you take this image? If you don't mind sharing that information in the chat. So if you get a minute, we appreciate that. Thank you for sending one in, and don't be shy. Send in more for next month. You can start sending them to me tomorrow if you want. We'll take whatever we get whenever we get it. Now, Mr. Ishii sent in a few images using his new 600 PF lens. And so I commented to him. You'll see him here. He didn't provide any setting information. He calls this one "Endless Summer," and I told him, yeah, it looks like you're going through a hot period where you are, similar to South Carolina. And he says, well, not as bad as South Carolina, but I think Texas and South Carolina so far this summer have had a lot in common with not just high temperatures in triple digits when you factor in the humidity. It's been very, very humid, and then Tim, aka Mozman, has told me that California has had a fair amount of humidity, which is not typical of California to have humid weather, and they've had humid weather, so I'm sure they're not too happy with that. So John sent in this image, and then he sent in this one as well.
They're both quality images, John.
Terry's in the back in the green room. He's ready to come back. He needs some cots if he's going to stay there.
You mean Tim?
Oh, Tim. Okay. Yeah, I can't see him with what I got on the screen, so I have to. You guys need to be my eyes.
We
Plus,
can't
my
see
eyes,
him either.
my eyes aren't very good either, so that doesn't help. But yeah, this. Oops, went the wrong way. Boop.
Oh,
Uh,
and that looks great.
but
You took that last night. Oh,
Great shot for sure.
Yep.
yeah, that's a wake-up shot. Another wake-up shot. So
And,
John snuck in a couple now. Now we're waiting for you have to coerce your wife Diana to share some of the images of that 500 millimeter lens that you got with the medium format Fuji that you just got that she's using. So you have to try to coerce her for next month to share some images from that camera because we would love to see the results of that camera. And now where the next images that I'm going to show you are from Tim. We were talking, I think it was last week, we were talking about that he does some food, food shots, food images. And I told him, I says, you do such a good job with these food images. I said, you should, you should take some pictures of food at some of the restaurants and convince them that you let them do your advertising for their menus or whatever in the store, or pictures to put on the wall of some of their dishes that they make at the restaurants. Because as you'll see with this upcoming image, he does a great job of of taking food images. Now this one is just of oatmeal. Okay, this is just an image of oatmeal, and in one of these images that you'll see is like a behind the scenes shot showing you how he had everything set up before he took the final picture. But this is his oatmeal shot. Tim, you want to talk to these? You talk to these instead of me?
Yeah, I can talk to them. They're just food shots. We have at my office, we have a Slack channel, and it's kind of like a chef channel, and everyone who cooks posts photos of their food. So I just kind of started doing that. Sometimes I get a little bit carried away, but most of the time I don't spend as much time taking the photo as I want to, just because I want to eat the food and I want to eat it when it's hot. So I'm not a big fan. I mean, I like to cook. I love to cook, but I'm not a big fan of eating cold food. So the shots definitely could be better, but it's just something I enjoy doing. But I also got banned from competing in the contest because my photos look too good. So
yeah, they think he's stealing them all or something. I don't know. But I told him this next two shots are my wife loves what he took in the next shot and the one after is she loves French onion soup.
Yeah, that's French onion soup homemade that I made. That was for our soup contest. So everyone had to make a soup and then submit a photo.
So did you tell everybody like Seinfeld, no soup for you?
But just to make a comment here, you see, great framing, correct? Because that is to make everything a good appetizer. I see Roy, who's a product photographer, and will tell you that framing is a lot in here, correct? And fantastic, Tim. I love this one.
I'll tell you something funny about this. I had that really cool like cutting board, and so I wanted to use that in the shot. And then after I did this, everybody at work, the next contest was putting their food on cutting boards to make them look better.
Well, when Tim sent me these images today, I had an early dinner with friends, early afternoon, and it was like, okay, this is going to be my lunch and my dinner. And I said, so at least I can look at these images I didn't feel hungry because I just ate. So that was the good thing. He didn't cause me to want to run downstairs and make something to eat right away. So that was good. And then he's got this next one at a different angle, which is cool.
You got Jeff a real good job. God, real good, Maz.
Thanks, Chuck. Am I making you hungry?
Yeah.
So, Mossman, can you elaborate a little bit about the lighting here?
You know, I took this phone probably 2 years ago. I don't honestly remember what I used for lighting. Just looking at the reflection in the glass, it looks like I probably used a softbox.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, I mean, and my wife's a French onion soup person. I'm not, but it looks fantastic to me. You know?
I do light food from the side though. It looks best that way. In fact, if you can use natural light, it looks even better. You just have an open window. You can just photograph it with the light coming through the window. That looks great.
So then, if you weren't hungry enough, folks.
This is not a very good shot. I just wanted to show off my wings. I can cook some really good wings. In fact, I cropped in because it wasn't a very good shot. So I tried to, it's just on white. But yeah, Korean chicken wings, and they were delicious.
Ooh. Yummy, yummy.
Yeah, you got the green onions in there and everything. Oh yeah,
Some sesame. Yep.
so now he has a behind the scenes shot here coming up.
Yeah, this is behind the scenes for some product photography. And the reason I included this was because I believe I showed the actual photograph last week. And I just wanted to show the behind the scenes that, you know, you don't always have to get it perfect in camera, especially if you know you're going to be doing some post-production anyway. And with product photography, there's usually a lot of that. So this is doesn't look that impressive behind the scenes, but the next shot is the final shot. So that's how the final shot came out.
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. I like it. Never heard of Bliss, so that's new to me too.
Well, there's a lot of stuff out there I haven't heard of.
So thank you for sending these in today, because it was I know everybody had liked your food shots, and I kind of nagged him a little bit, and he came through today for us, and then zinged me over a couple pictures. So we got you in here tonight. Very good.
Yeah, you guilted me in.
I roped you in, yeah. I make people spend money, and I rope people in, and I embarrass them, and I embarrass myself. So all is good in the world. We're coming near, believe it or not, we're coming near the end here. Give me a second here.
Hey, let me jump here just a minute. Hey, Maz, thanks, man. A lot of people had some really good shots. I'm sorry, you know, I don't have the land to just space. It takes me a while to try to make a spot in so I feel like biting donut. God. But anyway, y'all do a thing. Y'all a great thing, and I'm just happy to be here. And I'm getting ready to go to bed. I'm tired, man.
Well, we only got about 6 more pictures, Chuck. You might as well hang in.
Oh man,
they're mine, so I'm going to shame you if you run away now.
Okay. All right. Go. I'll let you throw them in there real quick.
I'll throw them in here real quick. And some of these people have seen before. I've shown them once in a while as filler. This was in Wrightsville Beach, North Carolina, which is where Tim's dad lives in that area, and we've gone to this beach before. And this was a situation where the lease turned and had a baby, and you have the youngster in the center of the photo. You got one flying in the upper right hand corner, and you've got one to the left. So I just like the. I liked it. I liked it with this little bit of the yellow color and the sprigs of grass popping out of the sand. I think it was pretty neat.
It's really,
You see, Jeff,
yeah.
the photos need to tell a story. And I know we're having some bandwidth issues, but this tells a good story, correct? Because you managed to get the chick, one of the parents, and the other parent coming in. So that's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the next one is of, I don't know, I guess I got into a snowy egret, locked in on some snowy egrets one day. But I like this shot because I not so much the bird in the foreground. I like all the other birds in the background just being blurred out like that.
Yeah.
And
was this through the 80 at 800?
This one was with the 600 PF.
Okay. All
Wide
right.
open, 6.3, 1/1250th at ISO 640 with the Z9.
Okay.
With the Z9. And the other one was also a previous shot with the turn was also with the 600 PF lens. But yeah, I just kind of like the out of focus areas in the background.
Yes.
And the softness of the bokeh was really nice in it. And I don't know, I just thought it was different.
You can see, I can see you putting that 600 PF to good use.
Yeah.
Yeah, you pick on me. Why don't you pick on me? Now the next one is also of a snowy egret. I call this one the snowy egret on a mission. This one you could, when I love getting the snowies when they have flown in and they spot another snowy and they start to get agitated and the hair starts to fluff up. And that was the case here where it started to do a brisk walk because it was going to head towards another bird and start a fight. And like Gustavo says, every shot tells a story. And the story here is, okay, I'm getting ready for round one, and I'm going to trot on over, and I'm going to pick a fight with somebody because that's all snowy egrets do, is they like to pick a fight with pretty much everybody. The birds with an attitude problem. And then the next one is also of a snowy. And this is I love my backlit shots. I call it now I'm forgetting what I call it. It is technically backlit, but I have a different name for it. But I just like the outline of the lighting around the bird, and and it's got the three clumps of grass, and along the same parallel line as the bird is in, and then the background's kind of slightly soft. So edge lighting, I guess, is what I call it, whatever, because the edges are lit up. So I like to get those kinds of shots. And then the last two here, you've got the tricolored heron. This is in a hunting position. And what's interesting with these birds is, especially tricolors are incredibly agile birds. I mean, they like to put out their wings to create some shade. It helps them see the fish better. And so they'll be strutting around in the water. They'll put their wings out to get a little shade. Next thing you know, their bill is going slicing through the water, and they come up with a small fish. And but in this case, this captures the moment where it just decided to do, a very quick turn and go in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
I mean, they are just so fast. And they are very fun. You can just watch them for an hour, just strutting around getting food. It's just really interesting to watch them. I get
So
a
which
kick.
lens do you use on this one, Jeff?
This one was also the 600. This was at I don't know what the ISO was on this, but it was wide open 6.3 at 1/1600th of a second with the Z9.
Oh, beautiful.
And-
I mean, I know what you're talking about. These guys are, moving, putting the wing, running a little bit, doing another thing. So that is the kind of photos that the 600 with the Z8 or the Z9 is ideal with, because you have to be following the scene, correct?
Oh yeah, and here I'm trying to capture the dynamic of the bird and the behavior of the bird.
Reflection, man.
And how it's and its behavior. And like you said, 1 minute the wings are out, then the wings aren't out. It's running fast, then it slows down. Then sometimes it like flaps its wings and it goes 2 feet in the air and it goes 10 feet away and lands, and then it starts running again and starts all over again. So they're very, very fun birds to watch when they're deciding that they want to get some food, and their movements are effortless and fast.
And let me tease you a little bit here. This is what you need at 20 frames per second all the time, because it would be nice if we have that like the Sony cameras that you can change from 5 frames per second to 20 frames per second with with one of the function buttons. That would be great.
And the last shot I took was of one of my favorite subjects as of late in the in the breeding season now, and this image was with the 8. This was also with the 600 PF, wide open. Now this is at 1/640th of a second, so obviously I'm panning pretty aggressively because the image is sharp. And this is an adult oyster catcher with an oyster in its mouth, hanging out of its mouth as it's flying towards the small land mass on the shore of this inlet to bring food for the young, for the baby. And I just like the the light pattern in the waves in the water.
Exactly.
And the wing almost touching the water. I mean, literally just, probably less than a foot above the water. And so, I mean, I thought that was a neat, thought that was a neat shot.
Great photos.
Very good.
So that's it for the photos, everybody. And Chuck, we thank you so much for hanging in there till the end with the photos. We hope you enjoyed them. We enjoy having you on the show.
Go back to the live view of Chuck here so that we can say bye-bye properly. Then we do the review.
Yep. Give me a second here. And we will go. And we will. Everybody say your good nights to Mr. Chuck, and thank you so much for coming.
See you,
on.
Chuck.
Yeah, great to see you, Chuck.
Yeah. Thanks for all the welcomes and all the good stuff, and I had a good time. And you all have you dug me and yeah. I keep sounding like Whiten.
And there's one thing. The one thing that should be obvious, Chuck, is that everybody here loves you, man.
Yeah,
we love you very much.
So we're still in the mode to try to maybe pick this show up. Not right now, but won't be too far too long. And yeah. let me. I'm going to bed.
Well, whenever you come back, you know you're going to have the support of the crew.
Yeah, I know.
So
Just it's great. It really is. You all are great. You know what? All
see,
right.
this is like Motel 6 commercials where we say we'll keep the lights on for you.
That's right. All right, guys. I'm gonna get out of here and I'm going to bed.
All right, take it easy, sir. Thank you so much.
Night,
Night,
Chuck.
Chuck.
Good night, Chuck.
Have a good one.
Thanks again.
So I'm going to let's see, do what we normally do here, and let's see. Give me a minute to get back, and I'm going to go back to the beginning of the photo review, and I got to get the. Here we go. Here we go. Go back to the beginning of the photo review. You guys see this image on the screen?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm just gonna scroll through all these quick. I'm not gonna rattle off names or anything. We did really good time considering how many images we had. But I'm just gonna, keep each image up for about 3 seconds or 4 seconds, and then I'll move on to the next one. And we will go through all these especially since we get people that come in here at different hours of the morning or night, depending on where you live, and you don't get to see them all, or you see the last 10 pictures or what have you. So now you get to catch up here and see them all. And as always, wonderful shots by everybody. Really appreciate everybody's contributions. And guys, if I'm going too fast, let me know, because I can't tell how fast, when I skip to the next image, how long it takes for it to show up on your screen. So if I'm going too fast, let me know. And like I said, everybody, this is my favorite show of the month. It's when we all get to just sit. It's like going to a party, man. We just get to sit back and just see some really, really great, talented folks, and everybody. We have so many different genres too, and it's a blessing to be able to share these images every month with everybody. And then this place is on my bucket list now that now that seeing these images that were taken by David and Anita. So it's definitely I think a lot of people are like, whoa, where is that place?
I made a Google map of all the good places to go to take pictures there that I can share it with.
Put together a little pitch or whatever. We'll have you do a presentation.
Exactly.
You got 4 shots. So actually you've got 8, or 9. So that's all you're getting.
That's all I'm getting. Oh, because you don't want me to make a book out of these and sell it, right?
Well, I hate for you to make any money.
Yeah. Well, I'm not. See, I'm not used to that anyway. So.
Oh.
I'm used to being poor, so that's.
I think that's a great shot.
Yeah, I like that ZF.
See, all they need is to put the Garfield character on that building. That would be funny. They got to have a sense of humor. I like this shot. I like this vehicle. That's cool.
Yeah, I think they've had too many happy hours and not enough
Yeah.
time for bus maintenance.
And all you folks know that we are partial to nature, obviously, but I love street photography as well. I mean, I used to, before I moved down here, believe it or not, I didn't shoot nature at all. I shot landscapes and seascapes and old farms and barns and stuff like that, car races, and roped into a few weddings and that kind of thing. But I didn't get into nature photography and birding really until I moved down south, where I had more of an opportunity to do that. And unfortunately, that ended up, as it does all of us that do it, cost me way too much money.
Well, now that you have your Gustavo, we got to get out there and use it more.
Yeah. Every time I take a picture with that lens, I say, "Oh, that Gustavo."
Hey, but you're getting good results, so.
Yeah. A lot of the oyster catcher shots, believe it or not, it's funny that the ones I showed you tonight were with the 600, but lots of times I am taking those birds because I'm doing video and I'm taking.
Exactly.
I got my monopod. I set my monopod up and I lean it against the railing on the pier, so it's nice and steady. And I'll put the 800 on the camera and I'll put it in DX crop mode. So I have the 2.3 times crop and I could get some really, really nice video of those oyster catchers. And actually, if we may have some time tonight where I can show you, I could share with you a couple video clips.
Okay.
I do have some, like I said, some commentary on some of the rumor channels and some other things, and my first impressions of using the Z8, because I had a Z9. Basically, probably I think I got my Z9. I was very fortunate. I was able to get it within, I think, a month or less than 2 months anyway when it came out, and recently configured and got to shoot a few times with the Z8. So some of the things I'm going to comment on, you're going to find maybe humorous, and you're going to say, "Oh, I didn't notice any issue. I didn't notice that as being something that was different than a Z9." For those of you that have a Z9. But it is a wonderful camera, just to say that up front, so people don't think I'm going to bash it, because I'm not going to bash it. I'm just going to make a few observations of things that, when you're used to holding a Z9 for all this time that I've had it, going to a smaller body brings with it some things that you notice. There's that indigo bunting. That's I supposedly we had one down here. I'm gonna have to look for that bird, try to find it. That is a pretty bird.
Yeah.
You have those out your way, Gustavo?
Nope.
No.
Well, here we have something called the lazuli bunting.
Okay.
But I don't see them. I don't see them as regularly.
Here's your shot. Who's this? Who shot these shots? Who? Yeah, you gotta like it when you get it the straight on eyeballs looking at you shot. Those are, and you got a lot of the eyeballs looking at you shots here.
Yeah, kind of like it. So
yeah.
So, Gustavo, do your lenses have names other than the name that Nikon put on them?
only the plana, the John.
The John. Yeah.
That sounds bad, but yes.
That sounds bad. The John lens. Okay. All right. Papa John's, right? Papa John lens.
Well, that's for Tim.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want, like, I can't thank everybody enough for being kind enough to send in their images, and really, really, one show that I love prepping for is this show. I mean, it takes the most time, but it probably gives me the most. Definitely gives me the most enjoyment at the same time. So I don't mind it at all.
And Jeff, and you see the images as the best quality, correct? So.
Yeah, and all these images are. I mean, all these images are sharp as can be. You know, I mean, and the ones where, depending on the lens that were shot, you know, wide open, the bokeh is fantastic. And I know Luis made a comment his hummingbird shot was a little noisy, but you know, that's, believe me, if you printed that shot out, you know, you may see what you go, oh, that's a little noise. You know, you're looking at your pixel peeping, you're seeing it on your computer monitor, but you print that out, you know, the ink all settles down and blends all that in, and it is not going to look noisy if you print it out. It's going to look fine. It's going to look fine. And these are his shots here that we're going through now. Speaking of Luis's shots, and there's the hummingbird shot. And I really like these architectural shots.
Yeah.
Very interesting detail. Playing with the shadows. And in this case, you know, a little more definition on the building, you know, looking at the definition on the building and the statue in the foreground. I like this, you know. I don't have structures like that where I live, obviously.
Hey, Rakesh, we were asking, I know that you joined in late because you're photographing, but were these taken in New York?
Yeah, we were wondering if those were New York shots. We were assuming they were, but we weren't 100% sure. And these are Scubarazzi's.
That first one, Scubarazzi, was my favorite.
Which was the one here that you?
That one with the amphoras. Wow.
Yeah, I like them all. I mean, this one intrigues me.
Yes.
You know, because the closer you get to the left, the you see the curvature more. You know, when you follow it, when you follow these beams or whatever, you know, that you see that curvature along, you know, this area right in here, I find very interesting. You know, with the curves, it's neat. They're also good. I mean, everything in here is so good.
See, most people don't look straight up because if they do when they're walking, they trip over everything.
Yeah, you just don't want to look straight up during an eclipse. And beautiful, colorful. I mean, these are ugly looking birds when like I said, you go fishing, they're so doggone ugly and they grunt. They make these grunting sounds. It's awful. But yeah, boy, they look pretty in these pictures. So talk about taking a really a bad subject and making it look good. Scubarazzi managed to do that.
Yeah, I like the duck in the background of his last one.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy up here. Mm-hmm. The library. And we're hitting Randall's myriad of lens and camera combo shots.
Exactly.
Randall, I think you're like the guy that gets pizzas and it has everything on it because you like a variety.
Deep dish, Sicilian style. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Chicago. Yeah.
All the
New York.
topping.
All the
I
toppings.
know they have a good one in Los Angeles. So maybe Tim can talk about that one.
Well, I'm originally from New York, so New York pizza for me.
Yeah. So is that a cardinal? I think that was a cardinal. So
I think
It looked like a cardinal. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, my friend Bob and I, we weren't able to get a picture of it because we were like in underneath this. It was like an open area where they had picnic tables, but they had like a roof above it, so you were in the shade. So the picnic tables were, some of the picnic tables were, half of it was in the shade and half of it was in the sun. And literally I'm standing there talking to him and I said, don't move. And he's like, oh, why not? And I says, you have a cardinal like 3 inches away from your body.
Oh,
Beautiful red cardinal. Beautiful. I mean, the brightest red, absolutely gorgeous, hopping right behind his back, and then went right next to him, right to the right-hand side of him. He turned his head and he looks at the cardinal. And then we tried, this cardinal was flying in underneath this roof, and we just couldn't get good shots of it because sometimes half its body was in where the sun and the shadow met. It would be right there, or it was just in the shade too much, and we couldn't really get it. But it was, I mean, just looking at it, that cardinal had some of the best color I've seen on a cardinal. It was perfect, bright red. It was beautiful, beautiful. But so your best camera is your eyeballs, and as long as you have your memory, then that's you remember those shots whether you get them with the camera or not. The shots that would have been, that could have been. Anybody hungry yet? You will be in a minute. Yes.
That's my favorite of the set, Tim.
Yeah, yeah, he's good with the garnish, putting in the garnishing stuff down and everything, and the bread looks so good. Yeah,
Lighting is excellent.
That's cool. We'll go through mine quick. Everybody's seen these many times probably already. So. And that's it, folks. So I hope you enjoyed this month's photo.
Coming for you, Jeff.
What's that? They're coming for me?
Coming for you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's in Calgary here.
I haven't had a heart attack yet, so I'm working on it. Today was a day I could have had one. Let me tell you, without getting into anything, today was right up to the stinking show. It was like not the best of days, not for me personally, but other family members. So it was a difficult day, but we made it through the show, and that's what's important here, or through the important part of the show. Let me get up a different cheat sheet here. And like I said, I don't know if there were any comments in the chat, but if everybody is happy with you could send me an email. I'm not going to do a survey on the channel or anything, but basically, if you're happy with how the images looked tonight, then fine. If for whatever reason you want me to upgrade to the 1080p version, make comments in the chat if that's what you want, and then I'll put up a PayPal link, and you guys could, if you feel like it, you can make a small, very small donation to the channel. That I will use that money to pay for the upgraded service, because it goes from $19 a month to $49 a month. So I don't mind paying $20 out of my pocket, but I don't necessarily want to spend $50. That adds up over the course of time. So if you're good with what you saw, then we're good. If you want something better, I'll put something up near the end of the show. So, make whatever comments you want to in the chat, and I'll let everybody on the panel keep an eye on it, and then we'll see where we go from there. So anyway, before I get into anything else that I wrote down, do you guys have any comments that you want to make on what you saw tonight regarding the images?
Well, you didn't have any internet problems today, like you did last week. So you think it was the weather, or because I've been experiencing some slowdowns too in my area, but I think more people are just stuck at home and with the holidays and stuff, and they're just using the internet service.
Well, like I said, what I found out after the fact, I didn't know till the next day, because I went upstairs and I have a small refrigerator in the other room where I have my kind of like my entertainment area where I have my TV and stuff like that, and the refrigerator wasn't running, and I go, what's going on? And I go, and everything was off, and I said, what's going on? So I went, and the circuit breaker popped. So it popped during last week's show, and the booster for the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi signal is normally, you see the little dash lines. You get like three dashes, and I only had 2 last week when we were having problems. I normally have full 3 bars, let's say, okay, and I only had 2, and I didn't know why I only had 2, and it turned out I lost power. The booster got disabled. And so it's trying to get the signal from the router is downstairs on the first floor at the other end of the house. So that's why I was having problems, because once I turned the circuit breaker back on, boom, I had full bars again on the screen on my computer, and we didn't really have too many issues tonight, so that was good. But you never know, I mean, I'm sitting here, I got all the lights lit up around me, and I had nothing on in the other room to let me know that I lost power. So I didn't know. Let me anybody else want to make any commentary before I don't want to just ramble the whole night away here. My voice can use a 2-minute break. You guys want to?
Yeah, for part of the night when I was looking at the photos, it looked like you were using 8-bit color, but it could be just a low bandwidth.
Some of them looked HDR.
Yeah. But like I was watching you tonight, I've got Restream on one monitor and YouTube on another, and I got lots of bandwidth at this end. So it's. But that's just something that I noticed.
Yeah.
I think it's a bandwidth issue more than the Restream, Jeff. But I think we can, for sure, higher quality Restream will help. But I don't think that's the only issue here. Yeah. Because when we share, we will do that later. I can share one of the same photos that I shared today, and you will see. And remember, when I share in Restream, the only thing you do is you accept it to be shared, correct?
Right.
So it's coming from my house to Restream, and then Restream share it, correct?
Right. But if Restream is only set up for 720, it shouldn't really be any different than if I share it.
Exactly.
It shouldn't, but that's
except that when you upload in Restream from your end, it get bottleneck in your bandwidth. That's our theory. at least mine at this moment. And we can do the same with David. You can do the same if you have some of the Anita photos at hand. We can see now that we have gone through the live stream, compare the image quality, right?
Yeah. And we pretty
Because
well had to do this live too.
Yeah, I think because obviously we prefer the way we do it now, because you are the repository of all the photos, you put it together, correct? And that is that is much better that way from the running of the show. But we can see that sometimes it get pixel, like for instance now your image is not pixelated, it's perfect, correct? And then you can see on the what appears in the photo like banding when we were doing the sharing of the photos, and we know those photos are not banded. Okay,
Yeah.
it's a bandwidth limitation. Even at 720 should have been fine, but I think it's a good idea to upgrade anyway.
Yeah. Now we'll let's see.
And that PayPal is listed in your channel description, Jeff. No,
What's that?
because I mean that way that you want us to help out is in the.
Well, I'd have to put it on the screen. I got it in the. I mean, I suppose I could do it now, but I mean, don't feel you got to do it, guys.
No,
you
no,
know,
no, no, no,
I
no.
don't. As you know, here's a guy, and I met from day one. I didn't do this for the money. Never done it for the money.
No, we know. Because I think everybody here enjoy the coming together on Saturdays, and everybody enjoy the when we have good quality images, correct?
But let's see if I could find it.
Hey, I'm looking at two different monitors, and he's looking great. So,
Oh, thank you, Randall. Thank you. I'll let my wife know that you feel that way.
It was intermittent. It wasn't
I
constant.
got the 341440, and then I got a 4K. It looks good. So, and I got a laptop too.
So basically, if you have a PayPal account, you go in and you put in my email, selectiveimagery1@gmail.com, and you select the friends and family option, and then you could donate whatever you want, and it'll just go into my account. And the reason I went that way is because I talked with people at PayPal, and they could do the QR codes, but they've had problems with the QR codes. Some people don't have the software for the QR codes, and then there's fee, depending on what method you use, there's fees where they take money. They take some of the money, and so the most effective way is to just I set up my account so that it recognizes my channel email, selectiveimagery1@gmail.com, and you just go into the friends and family from there and put in a small amount, 50 cents, whatever. And like I said, we'll update to the 1080p version. And I honestly don't know how much better it's going to be. So it's up to you guys. I mean, so I'll leave this up for a few minutes I'll leave this up while I talk about other things. Okay. We'll leave this.
So share. Let's check this issue of share the image. This is the same image that we shared today, that I shared today.
Okay, wait a minute. I got to.
Okay, and now put a big like you have before, and you guys tell me whether you see it the same quality as we saw it before.
That's better, Gustavo.
Slightly, not as good as it should be, but slightly better.
Yeah.
So that tells us what the improvement can be. Now I can zoom in, correct? But but without zooming in, because it's the same photo, same JPEG with the same resolution. Right? Okay, very
I
good.
will let me put in the chat here.
So anyway,
Yeah, that looks good. And you're using preview, right, Gustavo? Preview?
exactly.
Yeah, yeah,
I opened the same one that I sent to Jeff,
yeah.
and I opened it up in preview, and I shared from my end.
Yeah, I could try the same thing with one of my pictures. And
Yeah.
Exactly. But for sure, Jeff, if you go from 720 to 1080, it should mention improvement. But it's the bandwidth issue as well.
We could run a speed test later and see
Exactly. That's a good idea.
see what kind of bandwidth he has.
this is no good. That's not the picture I wanted to share.
Let's see if hopefully I typed this all right. I put in the information in writing in the chat for making a donation, so you're not getting squirrely looking at the line, everything going across the bottom of the screen. And hopefully that says the same thing, but it's not moving, and you can see it.
Exactly.
For those of us that don't like flashing lights and moving traffic. So while this is all going on, I'll do a little talking from Nikon Rumors. What was interesting is they talked about lack of information regarding Nikon patents over the last 10 patents that have been released, because they cannot be accessed since they've been marked and categorized as secret, which gives Nikon basically a 3-year window for which the patent specifics will not be shared with the public. So all you see is that there's a patent, very generalistic statement, but you don't have any details because they're categorizing it as secret. Now Nikon Rumors is guessing that the next 2 Nikon cameras are part of the latest quote unquote secret design patents. And as I've said before, it's interesting to try to ascertain what a camera manufacturer may be moving towards regarding technology. But the fact is, according to a study by the National Bureau of Economic Research, 97% of patents never generate any income at all. 97%. And the average approval rate of patent applications is around 52.8%, and that may vary a little bit year over year. So you can entertain yourself by reviewing patents, which some content creators do quite a bit, and that's their bailiwick, and that's fine. Feel free to do that. But I personally wouldn't bet any money on them coming to fruition. I mean, the odds are not in your favor. You know, some of them will come to fruition, but statistics just don't support the theory that everything that you read or look up is going to happen. Now, they also stated that apparently, let me see here, see if somebody else is sharing something here. Okay, apparently Nikon Rumors also is stating that Nikon's registered a new N2312 camera in Asia. So they now have 2 registered but not yet announced cameras that are out there. So, you know, we could sit here and play guessing games what we think those 2 cameras might be. You know, is it a Mark II version of a Z5 or a Z50? Is it a D500 APS-C pro level camera called the Z90 or whatever they want to make it up to be called? Is it the Z7 III? Since the Z6 III came out, could they have a Z7 III sitting in the wings that they're going to announce shortly? So there's a lot of things that we can, you know, throw spitballs on the wall and see what sticks. But we really don't know. Now, Nikon Rumors also has a article talking about Z6 III readout speed measurements, and it lists a lot of other camera bodies as well, including the cameras from Sony and Canon and Olympus and pretty much Fuji. And of course, what you want to do is obviously, typically the readout speeds on a full frame camera are not going to be as fast as the readout speeds on a 24 megapixel camera. So in all fairness, if you're going to do readout speed comparisons, you should be comparing cameras of a similar sensor size so that the data makes sense, and you're not saying, oh, why is this camera so slow compared to the other ones? Well, the sensor's twice the size, so it's not going to scan as fast as a small sensor. So use some common sense when you look at those measurements. But they got an article and a table that you can look at Nikon Rumors, and you can look all that stuff up. And they officially confirmed that the 35 f1.4 that we talked about last week is not a replacement for the yet to be announced 35 millimeter f1.2 S lens. So supposedly there will be a 35 millimeter f1.2 S lens in the future, but we do not know how far in the future. It seems like obviously it has been the last hanging fruit on the original lens plan that they shared with us when they were starting off with the Z-line lenses. So it's the last thing left on that sheet, and many people probably feel it's long overdue. The ZFC has a firmware update 1.70 that got released, and it's to fix an issue where if you tap the monitor, you're tapping the rear screen of your monitor you move your autofocus point, it doesn't move to where you're tapping. So that is a bug, an occasional thing that happens to some people with their ZFCs. So you might want to go there if you have one and update your firmware. Now, is there anyone in the chat that wants to comment any further about their experience so far with the Z6 III camera? Obviously, Randall has been fooling around with it with a lot of different lenses. He gave us a little bit of commentary last week. Do you have anything new you want to add since with another week under your wings with the camera?
I have not had any problems with it. And like I said, I can put on a lens that's not recognized, and it handles it well. I've used different adapters with it. I'm happy with the buffer. I'm happy with the images. I'm happy with the lenses I put on it. And I'm happy with the battery life too. So it's pretty good. The only thing is you can't get a dummy battery, and you can't charge it with the camera on. You have to have it off.
Yeah.
I did order some battery chargers to complement all the cameras that I have now. So now each camera has a camera battery. I have one extra one, and that's for if the Z7 III shows up. If not, I'll get me another camera somewhere. But I always like to be prepared.
Yeah. So, hey, Gustavo got prepared by buying the CFE B cards version 4. So he's ready for when they change the architecture of the bodies and where you could take advantage of the speed rating of those cards, because a lot of those cards have gone down considerably in price, and they're affordable. And it's something that you should consider in future purchases. It really is. I mean, he being forward thinking and looking ahead and trying to make sure that he has a little bit of everything in his toolkit, as they say, to be prepared for the future. I'm going to give you my some silly. Okay, now you're gonna like say, "Oh, Jeff, you're so full of crap. It's incredible. You're so full of baloney." Just some initial thoughts of using the Z8. So, I mean, obviously, as I said before, my hands are not like gorilla sized, but they're not mini me sized. They're kind of long fingers. But they're not fat and chunky, but they're long. But anyway, having the Z9 for a while, I knew what to expect from a Z8 in terms of performance capabilities. And, I'm a spec guy. I read all the specs. I mean, I've saw all the reviews and of course, a lot of you folks have had a Z8 for a while now already. So I get the feedback from you guys and your experiences with it. And so I'll repeat what I've said before. That to me, I mean, some people feel like the Z9 isn't worth the extra money. I don't agree with that per se. I mean, I think if you can afford it and swing it and you can deal with the weight and the size, that there are benefits to that camera, whether it be buffer, the amount of buffering buffer that you have in it, the larger battery capacity, the vertical grip being in there, built in already. The two CFEB cards instead of having one CFEB and one SD card. That kind of irks me a little bit with the Z8. I wish the cards were the same. It's a little thing. I mean, it's not like the end of the world or anything, but it's just something that kind of irks me a little bit. But in terms of performance, if you're doing, obviously, I think the Z9 and the Z8 are cameras that can be used for any genre of photography. They're going to perform extremely well, and they're obviously the same processor, same sensor, and a lot of and the features are, let's say, 98% the same. There might be a few features in the menu system that are in the Z8 like that were not in the Z9 at one time, and the other way around. Not the end of the world. Eventually, maybe they'll be line on line matched up with each other. Don't know. Nikon may just want to have a few things different, on each camera. I'm not a psychic. I can't read Nikon's mind. So, basically it's going to be what it is, and we're all spoiled now with all these firmware upgrades we get. Whereas years ago, you got nothing. If you didn't like what you got when you bought it, you had to wait to buy the next camera and it came out. And that's kind
Could
of
be 10 years as well.
Yeah. And that's what some camera manufacturers currently do. There are some that tend to flood the market with a lot of bodies, and they don't do a lot of firmware updates unless it's a bug fix. Okay. Whereas Nikon has taken a very proactive approach to actually extend the life of a top tier camera in their lineup, so that you don't feel like 6 months later it's an obsolete camera. They keep on adding stuff and they keep on improving stuff, and that is a great thing. It really, really is. Now, a few minor things between the Z9 and the Z8 is when I have the Z8 in my hand, the white balance button, which is on the upper left-hand side, top left-hand side of the camera body when you're looking at it from the back, when you're holding the camera in front of you, that white balance button is on what looks like a dial, but it's not a dial. It's just a little raised area, and it's got four buttons that you can push, and it's the one on the far right. So when I go to push that button or the trash, aka delete button on the upper left of the camera body, I feel like my finger, when I'm pushing it with my finger isn't centered on the button. And I actually took a steel rule, and I went and I measured the spacing of all the buttons on the Z8, compared it to the Z9, and basically all the buttons are spaced the same, except the distance between the trash button and the pentaprism part of the camera that sticks up. It is a smaller distance. So you do feel that when you're pushing the button, that, you know, your thumb may be not centered on the button. You're kind of like catching it with just part of your thumb, because your thumb is hitting the pentaprism part of the camera. So I noticed that with the white balance button and the trash button. My finger doesn't just quite feel right when I'm pushing those buttons, but that's just an effect of the body not being as big. But all the buttons on the right-hand side are all equally spaced. That's not a problem at all for me. It feels the same. And the only other thing is the video switch. The video switch is taking a little bit getting used to, because when you're in stills mode on the Z9, the lever, the skinny part of the lever, is at the 1 o'clock position. On the Z8, it's at the 4 o'clock position. So when I have the Z8 and I'm trying to switch from stills to video, and then video back to stills, my finger is kind of like hitting the AF on button a little bit.
You know that I'm checking you out as you speak, correct?
Yeah, I know you are. I know you are. I'm not lying. So, because like when you're flipping the video switch on the Z9, your hand tends to be higher because of that position of the switch. So you're not touching any other buttons. And when you're with the Z8, you're kind of, you know, your fingers like against that AF on button, or resting out partly on it while you're trying to flip the switch. So those are just, you know, very, very minor things, and really just a result of the body being a little bit smaller. And it's just something that, as I use it more, I'm going to get used to it, and it's going to be not a big deal. But it's just something that you notice when you've used a bigger body camera for so long, that there is some subtle differences that are very, very subtle. Nothing to like lose sleep over or choose not to buy the camera over or anything like that. But the I haven't pulled the files off my Z8 yet, but from doing my, you know, chimping, looking through the viewfinder, you know, the quality of the images are right on par with the Z9. They look great. That's
the point that I was making, correct? So think about when, let's say, when the D850, where the prosumer camera, the top of the prosumer camera, and then you had a D6. Those were two different cameras.
Yeah,
effectively, correct? When you see the C9, and I love my C9, and I agree with you, is all the points that you make about the battery, the GPS, all that is true. Yeah. But the C9 and the Z8 are effectively the same camera.
Yeah.
In a different housing, correct?
Yeah.
And they are so similar that you can, I mean, you can, if you get used to one or the other, you can exchange them regularly, and you're not going to lose any. You're not going to have a different image. That's what we're saying. Okay?
Yeah, like for my use case, I'm looking at the Z8 as a second body that I could put a different lens on, so I'm not switching lenses. I could put, like, when I went out last week, I had either the 600 PF or the 800 PF on the Z9. I had the 1:400 zoom on the Z8. So when I had a subject closer,
exactly, I
could just swing the Z8 out, take the picture. When I had something farther away, I just picked up the Z9 and I took the picture. And the Z8 is light enough where I can hang. I have the strap hanging on my neck, and I have the strap. So like one strap is on the eyelet and the other strap is on the bottom, with a peak design strap. And with that strap being attached to the bottom, the lens aims downward. The camera isn't like this with the lens going straight out on your chest. You could slide it over to the side and the lens is hanging down. So you could just grab it and slide it up, take the picture, slide it over, and it's pointed down. You don't have crap getting on the lens. The lens is pointed to the ground. Exactly. And it doesn't weigh anything. I walked around for 4 or 5 hours with the Z8 hanging on my neck, on my side, and the Z9, where I had my hand, sometimes on the handle of the long lens to take a little weight off once in a while. And I walked around with that and it worked fine. Now, I didn't get all hung up about the smaller battery because I made a point of, unlike with the Z9, lots of times I turn the camera on, I leave it on. There's so much battery power. I'm not going to go through, unless I shoot a ton of video, I'm not going to go through and drain that battery on any one shoot for the day. And I always have a backup battery for both cameras. And but with the Z8, if I did my shots, I would turn it off. Okay, I would turn it off. And I do hope that they come out with a higher capacity battery down the road to put into that camera. But who knows? You never know how Nikon's thinking. They may or may not. But I felt like the 600 PF is great on either body. But I felt more comfortable with the 800 being on the Z9. I felt it was better balanced on the Z9. It's maybe just a little big on the Z8. Not that you can't use it. Not saying you can't use it, but for me, comfort-wise, I like the 800 on the Z9, and the 600 is so much lighter. You throw that on a Z8, it's smaller than the 800. It works great on the Z8. No issues at all.
Yeah, but for instance, for those photos you were taking, right? Birds in flight. I know you took it with the C9, but you can see that 600 PF with the Z8 is a good pairing for that type of thing, right?
Absolutely. No problem at all. I mean, I put the lens on the camera and fooled around with it in my yard, but
exactly.
But like I said, if I'm going to do a 2-camera outing, I'm going to put a zoom on the Z8 and I'm going to put the prime on the Z9, I think.
Exactly.
Now I did, Gustavo, you're going to be proud of me, man. You're going to be a proud guy. I finally set up the new autofocus cycling mode feature on the Z8. I tried it out. I liked it enough where I actually modified my settings on the Z9 and moved some stuff around.
Exactly.
So I have the autofocus cycling feature associated with my record button, which is what Steve Perry was doing.
Same here.
So I got it on the record button, and I did not pick every single autofocus mode.
Just the one that you need.
I have to go through 10 of them or whatever. Yeah. I picked maybe 4 or 5.
Exactly.
And I just sit there and I go, think, get to the one I want. And it works great. And for those who aren't sure about it, when you program a button to go through that autofocus cycling feature, that what you select on that button will override whatever your shooting bank is set for. Okay. It'll override like if you have like a shooting bank for, let's say, sports and wildlife, and you have another shooting bank for macro. Well, you're not going to use the same. You may be using pinpoint autofocus for macro, and you may be using 3D tracking for your birds, right? Just to pick an example. So, so you may have that baked into shooting banks because you may have a shooting bank for sports and birds. You may have a shooting bank for macro. But when you're going through that cycling feature, it overrides whatever is in the shooting mode. And if you have your shutter release button, say set up for auto shutter release and autofocus, a certain autofocus mode, it'll override the autofocus mode on the shutter release. So it's whatever you cycled and picked through that cycling button. And it works great. It works great. Works absolutely fantastic. So I'm glad I did it. I was late to the game because I was just so used to what I had that record button set up for before, and I'd have to move things around or decide that something wasn't as important anymore, that the cycling button was more important. And as it turns out, it kind of sort of is for what I'm shooting.
Exactly.
It works great because I'll have the pinpoint in there. I'll have maybe the autofocus wide, the full frame,
the 3D,
the wide area, the custom 1, the custom 2 might be in there as well, and it works really, really good.
Yeah. And you were talking about the ergonomics, right? Actually, I didn't notice until now. Those you see on the C8, right? Where
let me move your screen over. Yeah. Let me make you big.
On the C8, where you're talking about this, the trash can and the little key, correct?
Yeah.
That they were different and indeed, but I just noticed, Jeff, if you look at the C8 and C9, the C8 will have the space. There is a little bar in between the two, so your fingers, although the buttons are closer, correct? Your finger will recognize whether you are in the key or in the trash can.
Well, the two buttons seem to be spaced the same, but the right-hand button is closer to the body of the camera.
Exactly, to the
body of the camera.
But in this camera, correct? Also, you have that, correct? You have that little
divider.
Yeah. And that's what makes it very tactile to know. The C9 doesn't have that, correct? It's the same. You were talking about the buttons here. I love that Nikon took the care that what I use, the EVF composite, the ISO, the EVF, and that record button, which on the photo mode we use it for cycling, that they are different in texture and they are raised different in the camera, correct? So your finger will recognize where you are very easily, just because they decided to be a different tactile experience, okay? Yeah. And that's what makes these cameras good and professional, correct?
David's taken off. David, thank you for coming on and sharing your photo, and thank Anita for us.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she was on to hear you, and it was a great show again. And it's I was watching you all night with one screen on Restream and one screen on YouTube, so I got to see both, and it was great for some of the pictures because I got to see them longer. There's a 25-second delay between one screen and the other, and that was nice. Anyway.
So you think I should rename instead of calling it Restream, maybe I should call it Rescream.
Well, yeah, it's that like that in Crapbridge,
Yeah, Crapbridge. Yeah, Roy likes calling it Crapbridge.
but I would just wish that for SnapBridge they come up with a way that you can delete multiple photos easier and be able to attach two cameras at the same time, because there's lots of times that the two cameras that I have out are both want to use SnapBridge for location data, and you can't do that currently. And Nikon no longer sells the GPS that plugs into your 10-pin.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
and you don't have the 10-pin on the Z6 III either.
Well, I don't have a Z6 III.
But I'm saying you lose the 10-pin on that. which is
Oh
a
yeah,
shame.
yeah. And so
Shame.
if you're heavier 8 and your Z6 III, then you're buggered. Which one do you put it on?
Yeah.
You know.
I'm gonna say goodnight to Scuba Ozzy if he hasn't left yet, but he probably already left. But good night to you.
Yeah, and I'll see you guys later, and be good if you can.
Oh, that's no fun. That's absolutely no fun.
Well, I didn't say it was fun,
Yeah.
and I don't expect you to be in either. So,
Thank you, David. You have a good
bye.
one. We'll see you next week.
See you,
Good
David.
night, David.
Let me turn off this annoying thank you for your support. Let me kill that. And I do thank you for your support. But yeah, so I'm liking the Z8. I am liking the Z8. I think I'm going to be a little bit cautious with the battery until I get a better feel for my style of shooting and how much video I shoot. You know, whether a single battery would do a full outing if I were to just use that instead of the Z9. So that's going to take a little while before I do that. But I'm not sweating it because I carry a spare battery for each camera with me, and I check to make sure it's charged on the spare batteries, because I found out too that one time, the stuff is in the car sometimes in the heat, and those batteries will lose some juice when they're sitting in a warm car or a hot car. So you need to check them, because you may think that the battery is charged, and then you have it in a hot car a few times, and you go and you put it on your charger, and you go, or you put it in your camera, and you go, man, I only got half the bars lit up. It will lose it. It will lose a charge, with temperature extremes. So you want to be aware of that and make sure that you always check your spares, that they're fully charged before you go out. I got a few did you knows. Roy will know some of these. Roy always knows this stuff.
So go back to your being big. I don't want to see myself too much.
Oh, you don't want to see yourself? I know Randall thinks I was looking good tonight, so I'll make myself big.
By the way, nice sign behind you. That's
nice
new.
sign.
Yeah.
On the air, man. We're on the air. That's new. My wife says, boys and their toys, boys and their toys. Luis is in here waiting to come on. Sorry, Luis. When I have the chat up, it covers up the it covers up the part that shows everybody that's on the show, so I don't see you when I have the chat on. So I apologize. So you are now live and in person. Hi. Here.
Good morning.
Hope you had time to take a nap, right?
Oh no, I was only here for 15 minutes waiting. That's okay.
15 minutes is 14 minutes too long.
No, but no, it's okay. I just came home from a night shift, so it's I'm doing all right. I'll go to bed afterwards with you guys.
So I do a few of these did you knows, and you guys that know me know I do these once in a while, bring up old eccentric things to talk about with old cameras or even new cameras. So the first one is the Nikon F. Everybody knows, us old guys know the Nikon F. It was often used in the titanium curtain experiments, okay? And it was the first camera to actually incorporate titanium shutter curtains. So they experimented on the Nikon F with the titanium curtains, and eventually they put them for real on the Nikon F body, and it was the first camera that had them. And then later on, Roy's favorite camera, the Nikon SP, which was a rangefinder camera, employed the same shutter unit that was on the Nikon F, so it also had eventually titanium shutter curtains, although the first run or up to a certain serial number of Nikon SPs are not titanium shutters. So if you're looking to buy an old vintage Nikon SP, if you want the titanium shutter, you do a search and you say Nikon SP with titanium shutter, because otherwise it's probably going to be the cloth ones.
What were they using before?
Pardon?
Steel? What were they using before? Steel?
Embedded cloth.
It's cloth.
Oh, okay.
Cloth shutters. You know, they were impregnated with whatever, but they're cloth.
Okay.
Just as good, though, I think.
They make them. Were they less durable? The cloth shutter versus the titanium.
I still haven't seen one file yet.
Yeah, that was their methodology. That was their selling point, was that they sold them that the titanium ones were better, but the cloth ones were pretty darn good.
Okay.
I don't think anybody had any major issues with cloth shutters. They were around for decades, around for a long time. Now, the next fun fact was in 1934, Kodak introduced a 135 daylight loading single-use cassette, which is what we still use today. The metal canister that your film is in. You don't reload film in it. It's a single purpose. It's got the leader. It's already cut to fit in your camera. Whereas originally they were in canisters that you had to cut the leader yourself, and they would be refilmed with film. But in 1934, they came out with what you and I would buy today if we went to buy a 35 millimeter film cartridge. Now, this cassette back in 34 did fit and was used in Leica cameras, and was, as well as the Zeiss Icon Contax cameras of the day. But the canister, that particular design, was tied in with the release of the Kodak Retina cameras that came out, which is what that cassette was originally designed for. And the first Kodak Retina cameras used Type 117 film, and then the 35 millimeter version came out and it stayed in production on those Kodak Retina cameras until 1969. Now, Kodak 135 Kodachrome color film was introduced in 1936, followed by, shortly thereafter, the introduction of Agfa Color Neo. Agfa Color Neo, which was, of course, made by Agfa Film Company, came out later in the same year of 1936. And my last did you know was the first 35 millimeter SLR was the Kine Exacta, which was introduced in 1936. It was made in East Germany, but World War II interrupted the development of that camera. It resumed after the war, and a lot of those camera bodies say made in USSR occupied Germany. Okay. On some of those cameras. But the camera was made from 1936 to 1948. They came out with a Model 2 in 1948, later on in 1948, and they had a Model 3 and a 4 or whatever after the fact. But that was the first 35 millimeter SLR, and I spent quite a few hours today actually looking for one, because that perked my attention. I said, gee, I might want to get that for my collection. Sadly enough, any of the ones that were made in that that I could find so far that were made in that 1936 to 48 era look like they were run over by a truck. They look absolutely horrible. And they actually had a flip-up viewfinder in them. It wasn't like looking through the back like you do on a 35 millimeter or a mirrorless camera today. It had a flip-up screen with a piece of glass in there that you look through. Okay. But it was a single lens reflex camera. Okay. But it was really, really unique. It's really, really cool. It had, if the film advance was on the left-hand side of the camera instead of the right-hand side of the camera, it really had some weird features. but make it as a very interesting camera. But unfortunately, everything that I found out there, unless you got into like some of the cameras that were made in like the mid to late 50s, you could find some of those that are in really good shape. But if you want the first SLR camera that came out, it's going to be very difficult to find one that doesn't look like it's in most of them are in horrible looking shape, absolutely horrible.
So Jeff, so he has a mirror, correct?
It has a mirror.
But then the pentaprism that we have in the more modern SLR, I mean, you don't have to have it, correct? You have
it
like
it doesn't really have a pentaprism. It just has
a focus screen,
a raised section with the glass, ground glass, with a flip up screen, and you just look down. You just look down.
Exactly. So it was a SLR it had the length, it had the mirror, but it didn't have the pentaprism.
Right, correct, and it had a small magnifier loop that you could swing across the on top of the ground glass so that you could magnify the image even more for focusing.
Okay.
To aid in focusing. So it's a really neat camera. It really is. It's a kind of a weird shape. It has shoot, I'm going to get it wrong. I think it has a Zeiss lens on it. Got a really good lens on it. Really good lenses on them. But they're in really rough shape. Really rough shape.
The lenses were not exchangeable?
The lenses were interchangeable. Yes.
Okay.
You could take the lens off and change it.
Okay.
But it wasn't bayonet mount. It had like a lever. It had like a lever with a notch in it, and you'd push the lever so that you could take the lens off.
Okay.
You put the lens when you put the lens on, the lever would move and then drop in place and hold it on the camera body. So it had a lot of really interesting, neat, oddball stuff that makes it a very interesting collector camera. But like I said, unfortunately, I couldn't find one that's.
So a question here to Roy, because he made a comment about color film, ACFA in 1928. So was ACFA the first color film?
ACFA invented color film, yeah.
Okay.
That was different to the one in 1935.
Okay.
Right, because the one I was talking about was in the non-reloadable canisters.
Mm.
But the film itself,
film itself, you had color film before that date, but they were not where
in the canisters.
They were not single-use canisters.
Exactly.
They weren't. You bought it.
The film, the celluloid film with the 3 emulsions for the different colors, that was first came out with ACFA rather than color.
Yeah, ACFA first.
Yeah. Yeah.
The interesting one's Technicolor. Technicolor used 3 or 4 films, one beside the other, one with a different color lens in front of and shot in black and white, and blended them together again.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, so
Technicolor very funny.
So it's like a multi-sensor.
Yeah.
Okay, but basically you have 4 rolls of films at the same time.
Yeah, they'd shoot 3 or 4 rolls of film at once.
Okay.
Technicolor then would have a filter in front of each film, red, green, blue. Okay. Then they'd rejoin it when they showed it at the theater.
Wow, I didn't know that. Yeah. See, did you know from Roy?
Did you know? Did you know from Roy? Yes. Did you know? And obviously, Kodak outsold AGFA, considerably, but that was mainly because Kodak made so many cameras, right? Yeah. People would buy a Kodak camera. It might have come with a roll of Kodak film, and then they bought Kodak film, so Kodak was very they were very smart back then. They weren't so smart when they decided not to go with digital cameras, but we could say that about other companies as well. But they were smart when the film camera era was out because they monopolized the market. You know, they sold so many cameras it was ridiculous, and they bought a the Kodak camera that I was talking about there, the Retina camera. That was a German designed camera. They bought the company that made that camera, and it became part of Kodak, but it was made in Germany. So it was a decent camera. It was made in Germany, had good glass in it, and they sold it in the U.S. and Kodak had quite a few cameras that had German glass in them, or some of their cameras were made in Germany back in the up to, I would say, into the 50s even. So
let me ask a question here to Roy since we're in the kind of hour of Q&A hour of the show. So when we used to go to the films and they say shot in Technicolor, okay?
Yeah,
So
it was a roll. It was either 3 or 4 different rolls of film synchronized together, one for each color.
Okay, but then
very messy.
And then when they send let's say the film Lawrence of Arabia, correct, or something like that. I remember, shot in Technicolor. When they sent it to the theater, they sent it already on one roll, correct?
Yeah, that was later.
Oh, okay. Because
it was another thing altogether.
I remember. I know that Mossman dad was in advertisement, and my father-in-law was also in advertisement, and I helped him with some shooting, correct? And I would know they would go even to shoot the commercial, correct? Because he was doing commercial photography, and they would shoot the master roll of film, correct? And that will be developed, and they return it. But when they will distribute it, they will copy from that film in other films, correct? So let's say if they had to send a commercial to the different TV stations, correct? They will send different rolls to each of TV stations, okay? But it will be so they will always keep like the master roll, like our, the original copy, out of which the other copy for distribution will be sent. And I presume in the cinema there was the same, correct? There was a master copy out of which they make the other copies, correct? Was like shooting on the negative, correct?
Yeah, well, those original copies were pretty valuable. They do a contact print for each of the backup copies.
Exactly, but I didn't know about the Technicolor being an extra step, because you have to combine to get the color film, the color effect.
So Technicolor is in a way was like so Technicolor is in a way kind of like layers in Photoshop.
Yeah.
And Mossman, see, you were in commercial too with your dad and Roy. They used to have like in the film, they used to, because I'm curious, correct? I'm a geologist listening to this guy talking with my ear, that there was something in the film itself to synchronize the audio.
Yes.
There's an audio person.
Try to synchronize 3 or 4 rolls of film.
But it was something that was imprinted in the film. What was that they did? It was, I don't think it was like a magnetic strip. It was probably some sort of optical thing, correct? That allows synchronizing. Because there was a sound man, and the Mossman, when you were a kid, you probably saw that, correct? There was a sound man with a recorder, right? And they, in order to synchronize the sound with the film, they needed to have some sort of mechanism, right? And it was something on the actual film that allows them to do that, because I remember my father-in-law having one of those, I don't know how they call, those big green machines with a roll of films that you...
Yeah, the projectors.
Yeah.
With a projector, and then you pass it. I mean, I would have loved to keep that machine, correct? And that part of the thing was to making sure that you have your audio tape and your film that you were coordinating the two, correct?
That's funny. You just brought back a lot of memories for me.
I think IMAX was the most weird.
Good memories or nightmares?
No, good memories. And we had one of those things too, and I wish we still had it.
I mean, he had one in his house, correct? So you can imagine when he was doing that, I will look over him to see what they were doing, correct? Because those were like the editing machines.
Yeah.
An interesting story was I was young. I was probably not even 10 years old yet. And I don't know if it was a second cousin or I don't know, some relative of my mom was a wedding photographer. And I know when they were married 25 years, they had a party for my folks at our church. And, my folks, were all dressed up and they had somebody playing music and they had, food and a big cake for them and so on and so forth. And this relative took pictures of my mom and dad for their 25th wedding anniversary. And so years, I don't know, for some reason, I mean, I was in photography at a young age because my mom was the photographer in the family, and I've told this story a million times. But one time we went to this person's house. It was a wedding photographer, and I believe he shot Nikon, from what I remember. Not that that's overly important in the story, but I believe he was a Nikon shooter. And my mom says, "Oh, you got to go downstairs and see what he's got in his basement." He had a full photo processing lab, like you would have in a big store to develop all his negatives and everything. He had all the baths. He had it was a gigantic thing. It was huge, and he did everything. He did all the all the processing of the roll film, and he had the enlargers, and he did all his own prints, and he had everything all set up. But it's literally the whole width of his one section of his basement was nothing but photo processing equipment. And it was at the commercial level. It wasn't like something that you or I would have in our basement or in our garage or that type of thing. It was like I was just like, and
in those days, the quicker you get the proofs out to the people, the more proofs you sell.
Yeah, and then the sad thing is that down the road, the guy passed away, and my mom tells me years after he passed, "Oh, so and so passed away." I go, "When did that happen?" And she says, "Oh, that was a couple years ago." I says, "Well, why didn't you say something? I mean, I would have bought some of the cameras off his wife. She wasn't going to do nothing with it. I would have bought some of his gear."
So I found it on eBay. Those things were called moviolas.
I was looking them up as well.
So I see if I can share an image, but I look at it in my iPad here. Those were like the editing machine for them, called the moviolas. Actually, they're not that expensive. All right, continue, Jeff. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I don't really have that much more left. I mean, I might share a video clip that people might get a kick out of, and before we end up, we got a little ways to go here.
I have. Remember that Kodak 8mm movie camera that they were coming out with?
Yeah, the big ripoff.
If somebody actually wants one, I was invited to buy one. So if you want one, I can get it for you for $5,500.
Too many zeros.
Yeah, quite a few.
Yeah. Pretty. That was a horrible thing. That was just a joke what they did. That was a joke what they did.
It wasn't as bad as the Polaroid one.
Oh man. I'm putting up, as you can see, folks that are still here. I'm putting up channel names. I will share a list of the people in a minute or two, and you could do a screen grab, and you'll have Luis's Instagram account. You'll have other people's YouTube channels, and so that you could go and check out other content creators' work. And I don't have anybody in here that does not come in the chat. I mean, there are channels I watch that are people that are much higher level than I am that aren't interested in my show, and that's fine. But if you're in the chat and you have a channel and I don't know about it, let me know. I'll add you to the list. People can ask for the PDF file. Send me an email. I'll send you the PDF file. Or like I said, I'm going to show it in about 2 minutes here. After I go through a few more names, I'll put it up on the screen, and you can do a quick screen capture of it. And you'll have a good group of folks whose channel or Instagram accounts you can check out, because we want to promote the little guy, because I may be big in stature, but I'm a little guy at heart, and we're all little guys, little content creators, and we need to support each other, because we're not getting any sponsorships from anybody that's going to make us rich and famous anytime soon. So we need to help each other out. So
may I ask you guys a question?
Absolutely. We don't even charge for that.
Oh, excellent. No, I got a phone call from yesterday from one of these Spanish friends of mine that went to Costa Rica with me at the beginning of the year. He does a lot of height photography, and he's considering the 400 2.8. And the question was to me if I knew anybody with real life experience with that lens. And I said no.
Yeah, you do, right here. Tim.
Tim's
got the 400.
No, not the 2.8. Not the 2.8.
Oh, not the 2.8. Oh, not
That's
the 2.8.
it.
No. Yeah,
no, it's the 2.8 TC.
I know someone that has it, but you know what? I don't see him using it. I always see him using either his 800 PF or his 600 PF. Yeah. And he has the 400 2.8, and he has the 600 with the 1.4 tele as well. And I hardly ever see the guy using them.
Does the AFS version count? I've got the 400 AFS 2.8.
Yeah, Luis, you know that 600 is much better for if it's in Costa Rica photographing birds.
Yeah, I talked to him as well. But the thing is, I mean, in Spain, he spends, say, half of his life in a hide, waiting for something.
If he's in a hide, and he's typically probably closer to the wildlife, because you got the props set up, you got the log and you got food nailed to the other side, or you got whatever set up where they're not shooting as far away as maybe Gustavo and I might end up shooting, walking in the field with a camera and trying to find a bird. Where the birds are, and the hide is probably reasonably close to where the birds are. Then you could I'm sure you could get away just fine with the 400.
Yeah, I know for his
lens, not a cheap lens, but excellent lens.
Yeah. Now for his, I told him, listen, if I go hiking, that lens would be, it's really expensive. It would be really big and heavy. And he says, no, you're right. I mean, but the thing is, he would buy the lens in Andorra, which is a kind of, how do you call it? You don't pay that much taxes there. It's a tax haven.
Yeah.
It would be a lot cheaper than in Spain. And he would exchange, I don't know, 3 or 4 of his old lenses to cut down the price. But his only question to me was, is the quality good enough? And I said, well, it must be.
Which one? The 400 2.8?
That's one of the best lenses ever made.
Yeah.
Anyone.
That's what I said. I mean, for
Pellet
him,
converter.
if he can afford it, if he can exchange, yeah, he had like 4 lenses he would exchange as well for, and then he would pay something on top of it.
But Luis, is he a wildlife photographer?
Yeah, purely wildlife.
He tell him that he may have to get the extra $4,000 and get the 600, because 600 is much better.
Yeah, but
for wildlife.
He likes the the f2.8 because he does also like photography at the end of the day and everything.
Oh no, that's fantastic. But if you see birds and small animals, I mean, look at your photo of your hummingbird. Even if you are that close to the hummingbird, the feeder, it's still tiny, correct?
Yeah, but it does a lot of raptors and griffins in Spain. So those things are huge.
Yeah. So I would say, and I can write to him. I can write you the name, and you can pass it to him. One of the best, let's say, wildlife or bird photographer close-up type of thing, correct? Portrait is Alan Murphy. I don't know if you know Alan Murphy.
Yeah.
Alan Murphy is excellent. He now lives here in Colorado, and he still uses the 600 F4 DC.
Yeah.
Okay? So I was without hesitation. Now he tells me, okay, I'm also in sport, or I'm doing a lot of safaris in Africa. I would say, yes, you want the best quality ever? Yes, the 400 2.8.
Yeah. Well, let's say it travels less than me, but when he travels, he said he would never take that lens.
Too heavy.
But in Spain, in Spain you can do a lot of height photography. I mean, on a lot of subjects.
Oh, sure.
From partridges to griffins, all kinds of raptors. I've been in one of them, and I'm going in October. I arranged that. I'm going with my 2 Dutch friends. We go to Spain, and they will meet then at least 2 of my 3 Spanish friends. So we're gonna be all together in Portugal, partly in Portugal and partly in Spain.
I mean, the 400 2.8 and the 600 F4, whatever generations, those have been like the prestige lenses, correct?
Yeah, of course.
Remember when they were announced on the sea mountain, people were complaining why they are coming with that rather than the 200 to 600 zoom. And I say, because those are the prestige lenses for the company. The lenses have to have their, okay, this is what we can do lenses, and that's what they were announced before. So all the more affordable lenses.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I told him, listen, that the lens is going to be good. And in fact, he knew it before he asked me, but he wanted to know if I knew somebody. And I said, well, no.
I think we have one person in our community here, David, at the one time had both of them. I think he uses mostly David Moots, correct?
David Moots, yeah.
He uses more now the 600 than the 400 2.8, right? And Jeff has a friend of yours.
He's got both, and I'm not saying he never uses them, but when he comes to the park where I shoot, he wants to carry something that isn't as heavy, and he uses the PF lenses. He likes using those. So
exactly.
When he went to Costa Rica, he took the 180 to 600 and the older 300.
The 180 to 600 is a good lens, but it's not in the same class.
No. I mean, and he's happy with that one, so he'll be happy with the other one.
He's happy with that one.
Exactly. That is happy with anything. Prime, I mean. Yeah.
I'm just going to slap up on the screen here quick is the, make it bigger.
Very good.
And it's not letting me. Is you could do a screen grab of that, and that's a list. It's got Luis, Z-Way, Jeff and Leslie, John Ishii, Wayne Maddox, Bob Our Photos, Greg Wilson, Scuba Razzi, AP Studios, and Randall. So you could do a screen grab of that, and you'll have, and like I said, if there's anybody else that is in the chat that wants to, that, you know, doesn't, you don't have to be YouTube. You got an Instagram account, you got a Facebook account, you got something that you want to get out there, people, let people know that you share images, and you, and send me the information. I will add you to the list. And but this is probably the quickest way, other than asking me for the PDF file. You just do a screen grab this, and you're all set. You can print it out on your printer and you have it, or just leave it on your computer. But I want to at least let people be aware of those in our community that are doing good things with photography, and let everybody have an opportunity to visit them as well. So I will, hopefully everybody got that wanted it. And like I said, you can always email me and I'll send you a PDF file.
So yeah, briefly, that what I'm sharing here, just to show that apparatus that we used to for editing film.
Yep.
Just that people can see it, called the Moviola, right? So you can see that was the thing that the cinematographers, this is where they view, cut the film, synchronize the audio,
splice it, cut it. Yeah,
exactly. And some were motorized, so you have some pedals. I don't know whether, and Tim, this is what it was in my father's studio, my father-in-law's studio, right? They have a couple of these, and they will sit going to put the commercials together, right?
Yeah.
Starting to look very old, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. So and those things were at the time very expensive, of course, right?
Don't you like how old industrial equipment was always painted very drab colors, green?
Exactly. Well, this is a kind of that green color. Everything was this particular green color.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but
kitchen appliances used to be yellow and green, and
exactly.
Yeah. But there you go. $5.99, guys. Run out and get it while you can. While it's hot, get it.
It's probably like a museum piece, right? It's just to. But no, it's
well, it probably still works today just as good as it did when it was new.
Exactly, because it's all mechanical, and they have these pedals. Some they are motorized, so to run the film,
you know.
But also they will go with the handles, correct? So anyway, it brings some memory for me.
Yeah.
The only thing I've got here left is for those that care, and there are some that care because everybody has different cameras. So the Canon Rumors is saying that Canon will officially announce the EOS R1 and R5 II on July 17th. They will both be announced. The shipping of the R5 II will be sometime in August. The R1 is not expected to ship until mid of Q4 of this year, in the middle of the fourth quarter of this year. And I'll put some very big question marks on that one, to be honest with you. Now some good news is the SEPA released data for May of this year. The Japanese companies, they're shipping more units out than last year. Year-end data for January through the end of May, Japanese companies have shipped 9% more units than last year. A slightly increased average per unit value, as the overall net value increased by 12%. Globally, China and the Americas are leading the charge with impressive year-on-year gains in units shipped of 28% in China and 19% in the United States. The R2 specs kind of getting firmed up a little bit more on Nikon Rumors. Cost estimate, we'll round it up to $4,000. 45 megapixel stack BSI sensor, faster readout than the R3. A pre-burst feature superior to that's found on the EOS R6 Mark II. It's going to have both mechanical and electronic shutter, 12 frames per second mechanical, and it's going to have a 30 frames per second electronic maximum burst rate. So it's just going to have a very, very, very short period of time where it could do 30 frames per second.
Most people only need a few seconds anyway.
Yeah. Going to have a 30% improvement in processor speed to help reduce rolling shutter, but they are not stating that it will have no rolling shutter. New EVF design, a lot of new video features utilizing AI added to the camera. It'll go well beyond the video features of the R5C. AI features are added to help sports and wildlife shooters. Certain ergonomic features from the R6 Mark II with the video stills toggle being one of these features. A new passive cooling design with 2 new vents on the side of the camera. And they're going to have a battery grip accessory and an active cooling grip accessory. The active cooling grip is going to have a fan in it.
That's interesting.
Randall.
Fan. So it's going to have a fan, and it'll have the airflow going through across the chips and going out those vents. So you're going to have passive cooling unless you have the active cooling grip.
Built-in hand warmers.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of people are talking about, and they're promoting it as a big deal, big technological advancement. And I'm not saying that it is not. I am not saying it is not, but it's just funny because anything different, everybody's got to knock it down, right? Everybody's got to find something wrong with it, even though they haven't seen it yet. And so a lot of the comments are, oh, you're going to get, you're blowing this air through they're going to have like an intake, an air intake on the bottom of the active cooling grip, draw the air in from the back bottom of your camera grip. Air flows up through, goes across the chips, goes out through the 2 vents on the side, and then everybody's saying, oh, I'm going to have, dust bunnies are going to get in there. I'm going to have dust in the camera. I'm going to have, it's not going to be weather sealed very well. I'm going to get mold and mildew in my camera. So it's
okay. They'll just have a $80 replaceable HEPA filter in there. It'll be fine.
Yeah. So who really knows, if it's just everybody just trying to be a negative opinion on something.
And
that
all of that can be true, but also can be true that all the ventilation system can be separate from the rest of the camera, correct?
Yeah.
It could be waterproof. Yeah.
Yeah.
So look at the iMac,
Yeah.
Mine's still running. And it's back in 2017. It's still beautiful 5K, and I have no dust problem. So,
but we all have our moments where we want to pick on something, I guess, So we all do it. So let's be honest, we all do it to a certain extent. Now they're saying it's going to have 8K60. Now Canon rumor says it's going to have 8K60p with caveats, whatever that means. But some people in the Canon ecosphere are claiming it's not going to have 8K at all. So it'll be interesting to see whether it has 8K or not. It has.
It comes out.
Yeah, it has the CFE Type B / SD card configuration, like you have on the Z8.
Real ones.
A new floppy screen mechanism to allow more viewing options, eye-controlled autofocus from the R3, and they were originally talking about maybe putting variable ND filters in this camera body, but they're no longer talking about that anymore. I guess they put that in the C400 that just came out, had variable ND filters built into the camera, but so far they're not stating that it will be in the R5 II. So that's the latest with that, and that's all the other incidental information that I have to share for this week.
And that is and that's supposed to be coming on July 17th, correct?
They're both
that's the new rumor date.
be announced on the
Rumor
17th.
will happen then.
Exactly.
The R52 will be available to ship in August. We'll be able to ship in August. The R1, what few specs are out there still kind of align it as more like an A9 III competitor. Small sensor size, 24 megapixels. I don't know.
Specialist.
It's going to be what it is, and you either love it, hate it, want it, don't want it, whatever you want to do. Wait till they're not really sharing a ton of information on the R1 per se. There's a lot more information on the R52 right now, and I think most people's opinions are that if they were going to choose one over the other, they would most of them would want the R52 versus the R1. But that's the general
Me too.
consensus at this point in time. And I'm kind of interested just to learn a little more about the R52 when it comes out. I mean, I'm not going to switch brands. I'm not going to add another brand to my portfolio by any means, but I'm just interested from a technical point of view.
It had to be. It had to be better, correct? It had to be better than the C8 because some years have passed, correct? It had to be.
I don't get the impression that it's necessarily going to be better overall. It's going to be better in some areas, and it's going to be the same in other areas, and it might not be as good in a few areas. So I think the Canon folks are a little nervous. The Canon crowd is a little nervous right now.
But
with both
so the other thing that happened, Jeff, and we were talking before, correct, is that indeed Nikon has now put more of the descriptions on how to repair, and now the list is quite comprehensive, correct? So I'm sharing here that the auto repair or the manual for repairing, right, is now more comprehensive, both in the camera and the lenses. So you share that one there, Jeff. You can see that a lot of the of the Z lineup, right, are now included in the auto repair. I think it's interesting to see some of those, just to see the inners of the camera, correct, or the inners of the lenses. So you can see, I mean, these are all the lenses. I mean, look at the 600 TC is there, right?
I was looking at the Z6-3, so they got that also.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
Z6-3, yeah.
Exactly. So if I go here, back into here, and then go, and so now we got all the cameras too, correct?
Yeah.
So I think even if you don't repair, Jeff, your camera yourself, at least you can peek inside and understand what they are going to do to you, correct? So for instance, it would be nice. It would be nice for you to get an idea. Because I was curious. I never sent my Z8, for instance. I never sent my Z8 for the changing of the lots, the little things that were coming off where the camera strap is. I never did that one, the recall. Maybe one day when I send the camera, but I was concerned that they had to open the whole camera, take it apart just to get to where the camera strap thing was. And correct? And now I can see, I can go to the Z8 and check inside. Well, if they need to get access to that the attachment to the camera strap, how many parts do they need to remove? Correct?
Yeah.
So anyway, so it's good that Nikon has done this, correct?
Yeah, you can get an idea of how much money is going to come out of your pocket ahead of time.
Exactly. Well, and for those that are curious, just to understand, the inner parts without having to destroy a camera, correct?
Greg is taking off, so good night to Greg. Thanks for Greg. Take it easy. Have a good night. Thank you for coming and visiting the show. We appreciate it.
And submitting photos. Good photos.
And submitting photos. Yeah, and make sure you submit some more for next month, man, because it's good to. I like what everybody sends in. So I mean, everything's great. Everything is great. And I don't say that just to be nice. If I didn't like your crap, I wouldn't put it on. You know, if you're looking at my crap, I'm going to look at your crap. It's all good crap. It's all good stuff, man. I mean, we really have fun with it. So,
you notice on that list, they didn't have the Z50 or the Z6 or Z7
Okay.
or even Z62 or 72. So,
Well, so they are doing it from the more modern cameras first, correct?
yeah, it might become the Z7 III. So, we'll see. They have one other news is the Leica SL3 was having a problem with the battery when you change it out. When you put in a new battery in, if you didn't turn the camera off all the way, it would rewrite the files. So there's quite a few.
Stop the numbering at 0 again.
Yeah. So Leica put out information saying that, well, if you shake it or you don't, if you have it in sleep mode, make sure you turn it off and then take the batteries out. And then if it's still rewriting, then you have to remove the SD cards before you put in a new battery. So that's the only other thing. A guy that I know that lives here in San Antonio, Texas, a pretty good YouTuber, said, hey, don't get the SL3 until they get this fixed. So he was recommending don't buy it.
It's overwriting the files again. Change the battery and it goes back to 1 and starts overwriting the files.
Yep. Yeah. That's pretty bad if you lose your picture.
It is.
You know. Yeah.
Big oops.
I'm going to share a quick video, if I can get it to work. I'm going to, let's see. This is a video of an adult oyster catcher feeding its young. And for those who don't get a chance to see these birds, and I'll tell you, lots of times the young are very good at hiding behind shrubs and foliage, and you don't get good shots of them, and you know they're getting fed, but you can't see it. And so when you get an opportunity where you can get a very good viewpoint, and this video was shot with the Z9, with the 800 PF, with the 2.3 times crop in DX mode, mounted on a monopod, like I said, leaning against the pier railing to keep everything as steady as I could. And I'll share this video with you just so you can appreciate these birds. So I will go into share screen mode, and I will start the video, and hopefully everybody will see it.
That's great. Yeah.
There's a big chunk of oyster that young one's trying to get. One thing we got down here is very, very large chunks of oyster. I'm going to have to speed up the video. Always slows down after it runs for a while. I have to go to the video and speed up the playback speed a little bit here. Now you can see how the adult is hammering that chunk of meat, trying to pulverize it a little bit and soften it up, or even break off a little chunk of it for the young one. And it will pound on it numerous times to try to make it easier for that that juvenile to be able to eat it. But that's like a big chunk of food.
Doesn't sound to be that interested.
There he goes, hammering it again. Look at the size of that. That's gigantic. I mean, these are like, I don't know if they're radioactive oysters or what. They're huge.
Yeah, but he's not even going for it.
He's like, he picks it up, he drops it in front of the young one, like, okay.
Yeah.
Now the young one's got it. Now watch this. The other one shows up. There's 3 of them all together. So it tries to take it. That ain't gonna happen, buddy. Let's go at it. Were you ready to rumble? It's time to rumble. That's my food. Get out of Dodge, baby. That's mine.
How many chicks do they have at one time? Do they have 2 or 3 or?
Well, in this particular with this particular mating pair, they had 3. And the interesting thing is, see how it's trying to swallow that whole thing? Can't quite do it.
Yeah.
But this time they had 3. So it's the thing is, like in this particular area where they are, when you go over the top of that mound, it basically it dives right down into the inlet, into the salt water. And so when you have a king tide, sometimes these babies get killed, the nest gets washed away. The nest gets washed away. I'm going to kill the volume here. So the nest can get washed away numerous times, and they may kind of hook up again and try to, have babies again. And they may do it 2 or 3 times. And they may lose all the babies 2 or 3 times. It's very rough. It's the survival rate is not really, really good. When you get 3 healthy young ones out of a nesting pair, that's a really good year. That's really, really good. And you can see that the adult has bands on its legs. So they band these birds. So there's a chunk now, a smaller chunk. That young one's got extremely frustrated, and then eventually it did swallow it as it sped up there at the end of the movie. And,
smaller too, yeah.
But it's really interesting to be able to get something like that on film, or on not film. Everybody says on film, but on video.
May I share you a picture on a similar theme? Let's say.
Yeah.
Picture I took. Let's see how this works. This one. Let's see.
You want coffee?
Can you see something, Jeff?
Yeah.
Yeah. Boy, that's pretty. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wow.
No, there are more.
It's more than 4.
1, 2.
Oh, I didn't see it to the right.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm looking
5,
on a laptop.
7.
There are 8.
8, yeah. I saw 7, so I didn't. Yeah.
2.
That's a lot.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, 8. Yeah.
And that was where, Luis?
Well, I went with my wife to Cyprus a few weeks ago.
Okay.
We've never been there. This is a chukar.
Yeah, there's 5 in this clump. This grouping here is 5.
Yeah.
Then you got the 3 over here.
And they were next to the road. I parked the car, and then they were going all over the place, trying to get away from us. And then this is where they tried to climb up without success. They couldn't climb the uphill. But and then after I took this and a few other pictures, we just drove further so that we would leave them alone.
Great. No, lovely. And that was with what? That was on the C8?
Z8 with Jeff's favorite, the 500. The
500 PF.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, that's it.
So how far away were you? when you took that shot?
Yeah, this is a bit of a crop. I was, I don't know, maybe 30 yards.
And they were trying to get away from you. Wow.
Yeah. I parked the car. I mean, they were just next to the road. And then they first went left into some bushes, and then they decided to, it was quite steep, so they couldn't actually go anywhere. So they tried to go up.
Zoom in on the.
Let's see.
Well, I could.
Yeah.
You already zoomed it once.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
There we go.
He's already zoomed it on.
I love the pattern on the bird as well as the color. The pattern on the side of the bird on the wing there is the stripes is really cool.
Yeah. What I understand, these birds were also introduced to North America. They are in the North American let's say, but they are originally from Greece, Turkey, and the Middle East, I think.
Okay.
Wow, they're neat. They're colorful though. Really nice.
Probably for hunting.
This is a nice one I like as well. It's a baby agama.
Yes.
And this was with with Roy's favorite, the 18 to 300 DX. And
similar in size to like a horned lizard, but without the horns.
I didn't know you have a chance, Luis, but the agamas here in the Southwest are beautiful too, correct? The ones that are green with a yellow head.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, those are like sage lizards, and so I have a few of those pictures from Arizona.
Yeah. But that you have to find the males because only the males have the bright color.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but they're not easily approachable. But this one, I mean, this is like with the tail, it's like 3 inches long. It was a very small one.
Exactly. Beautiful.
Yeah. It's stopped now. Yeah.
I like that bird. That bird is cool. That bird is cool.
Well, oyster catchers are fun as well. Those in America, the ones you have there, I've never seen them.
Well, they have a pattern similar to the
European. Yeah, they look very similar to ours.
Now here in the West Coast,
you have the black ones.
You have the black ones, exactly.
Yes, those I've seen. Yeah.
I like this black and white one, so the East Coast, you're better.
Yeah, they're very territorial once they have their young. You'll have a nesting pair that will kind of like define a zone that it considers protected territory, and if another and any other oyster catchers go within that zone, they go after them and chase them away, and you can have literally a little strip of land, let's say 50 yards in front of you, and you can have another strip of land 400 yards in front of you, and you can have a different pair of oyster catchers over there. But when it comes to, like it's almost like protected airspace. If one pair of adults cross that line, the other ones take off and chase them away. I mean, they're very, very now when they haven't had any young yet, they'll all fly around together. You might have a group of 6, a group of 8 flying around together, but once they establish a nest and they lay their eggs, then all of a sudden the barriers are created, and they get very aggressive if anybody gets near their nest. So it's interesting behavior, understandable, but it's definitely interesting. You know. Well, we're at almost the end of the show here. We're at 1:58. We're down to 14 people who've managed to survive the show along with us, and so we want to thank everybody that has came on the panel tonight. Those that are here, those that were here and departed, and thank everybody in the chat for taking the time to spend a Saturday evening or morning, depending on where you live, visiting the show and sharing images, because they were all great as usual. And we hope that you guys have the same enthusiasm in sharing some more photos for next month. And you can send them to me at any time. And I put them in the queue. And as I said before, I do not save these images. By tomorrow afternoon, all the images on my computer will have been deleted. And I do not save them, and I do not, try to sell them or make any money off your images. So they will be removed, and we start all over for next month. So thank everybody so much. Thank you guys, and I hope to see all you next week. Roy, what do you got out there, Roy? I saw a bird. He's hiding it now. He doesn't want us to see it. He's hiding it.
Nothing.
The top secret birds. Yes. Those top secret Australian birds. But good night, everybody. Have a good one. And as I say, enjoy life, capture some of it, get out there and get images with whatever camera gear you have and whatever genre you like to take. And the key thing is to go out there and have a good time and relax a little bit and get away from the day-to-day pressures of what life can bring to you, and relax a little bit. So we will see you next week. Good night, everyone.
Bye.